Right, so this is, for now, the final VOD for Angels with Scaly Wings. We might come back to the game. Not next week, because next week is Tingle. Not the week after, because I've already got the games planned for the week after. But the week after that, because I haven't got anything planned for that week yet. So if we don't get all the endings today, because I've got to be off by about 7:30, then, in a couple of weeks' time, we will get it done. But it shouldn't, hopefully. We've seen a lot of Adine's dates. We don't actually have to do a lot of her dates. So I'm going to leave her until afterwards. So we're going to do Bryce first, and then we'll do Adine, because, as I said, we've done most of her dates, because you need to do them for other people's dates. So there's no point in doing her first. Well, we'll get me talking first. Let's get talking started. Boop, boop, boop. I mean, none of the games that we're planning on playing after this are quite as intriguing as this one. Yep, skip ahead. So we're meeting with Bryce. So where are we technically with him? We meet with him for the first time. First date, his office, right? So this is the first date, which is technically actually D on his list of things that I need to know. Because we've already probably perfected everything else. So our first date. Thanks for the other 2,000 bit... But I know what I'm saying. Points, Papa. I know what I'm saying. Once again, I found myself within the police department, which seemed oddly quiet for this time of day. It didn't take me long to spot Bryce in his office. Hey Anna, what's up? Nothing much, but you told me to contact you if I could remember anything that might help with the investigation. That's right, what do you have for me? I'm not sure if it's worth mentioning, but I have known Reza for a couple of years, so I know some things about his personality. I see. Well, it's actually more helpful than you might think. Mannerisms, habits, all kinds of things would be useful to add to his profile and to get a better idea of him. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well, Papa. You know, I'm just about done here for the day, but if you wanted to discuss it over a beer or something, I'd be more than happy. Just one, I'll take 3. We'll see about that. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Thanks for the 2,000 bits, Jeff. At the top of my list of emotes to get made, by the way, is your seal emote. Just so you know, Jeff. Here we are. So it turns out you've seen this. Yeah, I've done his bad ending, so I've seen everything up until the end of his thing. Like, literally everything. I don't think it's gonna change very much. Just a little bit of dialogue. He was the first one I romanced. Not too shabby, I have to admit. And just in time for happy hour. Do you come here often? Sometimes. Hey, you two, what can I bring you? Just the usual. One generic beer for the chief of police, sure thing. How about you, Anna? You're joking. I think today's the day I get my new BTTV things. Dashboard. No, I don't get my shared emote today. I can get rid of one though. Let's have a look. Oh, there fucking is as well. Wait a minute. I'm sorry if everything goes weird for a minute. I'm gonna try this out. Keep an eye on it. I've just changed it, so it should come up at some point. Right. Now you distracted me. I'm so distracted, guys. I don't have enough time to be distracted. Me too. Noted, I'll be right back. I'll burp. It wasn't long before the waiter returned with a drinking bowl as wide as it was tall, filled to the brim with a foam-topped, dark amber liquid. Carefully he set it down in front of Bryce, who didn't hesitate to take a big gulp. He bought one for me as well, provided in a glass that seemed more appropriate for my kind. I've added it. It's just gotta be, you know, update. Like, it'll take a second, Sean. These things aren't super fast. It's fucking... I can see it. It's there. No, it's the GIF. It's the actual GIF. No, it's up. It'll just take a minute to load. I can still see the one that I got rid of for it, so it's just taking a bit. There you go. Just call me if you need anything. Of course. As soon as it's there, Sean, as soon as you can see it on BTTV, spam it. So what is it you wanted to tell me about Reza? There are a few things. I mean, they're probably not much, but anything might help, right? That's right. Anything unusual about him, anything that defines his character or stands out about him could help us. How about you tell me what you know about him? Well, the earliest memory I have of him was when we both went to the same school. We only shared a few classes, though, and a couple of friends. Is that it? Do I need to... Wait a minute. It says chat box right there, and I managed to miss it and press every other button but chat box. Right, spam it now. There we go. Seals in the chat. Thank you very much for letting me know about that, Fick. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. It's Jeff! Well, the earliest memory I have... Oh, wait a minute. I've already read that. Overall, I'd say he was an above-average student. We didn't talk very often, but he always was very outspoken and never failed to speak up to make his opinions known. He was the kind of person I'd fully expect to become a politician one day, or at least an activist of some sort. And that's the impression I got from him. He spoke a lot. He spoke a lot, but you could also expect him to act on his word. Of course, his nature caused him to clash with others, sometimes even including the school staff. There was genuine enthusiasm, also garnered praise from them. He was quite a character. After we all graduated, I didn't hear anything about him for a long time. Only some years later, after we found a portal, was a surprise to find out he was the human who would be sent to your world. He had volunteered. It wasn't until I was already here that I actually met him again, however brief our interactions were. But then I already told you everything about what happened prior to the eventual scuffle with Maverick. There's only one thing that stands out to me about those events. In the restaurant, when he told me about the letter, he mentioned I would know how to read its secret message. I know he values the use of his own intellect, but when I received the letter later, he apparently fully expected me to remember a random chemistry class we had together years ago in order to see the message. I see, so you did not arrange this beforehand. Not at all, I had no idea. That is quite peculiar. I know, I still wonder what he would have told me if Maverick hadn't interfered when we met at the portal. We do as well, and you can believe that. How was Maverick even allowed to intercept his letter and read it? He could have easily done so since he was in charge of Reza and everything, but he totally shouldn't have. I mean, he wouldn't do anything of the sort with you. Everything he has done in regard to Reza has been a poor show of character. I suppose so. In any case, thanks for telling me all this. You never know when this kind of information could be useful. No problem. Just when I thought an awkward silence might set in, Bryce spotted the waiter and didn't hesitate to speak up. Hey, waiter, bring me another. I hadn't noticed, but while I was talking, Bryce had been busy sipping on his drink. The empty bowl before him was proof of his proficiency, while I had barely touched my own drink. Here you go. Here you go. It's you, Jeff. And that's never changing. That's staying with us forever and ever. It's not on Discord yet from the looks of it. It might not. Not all of them ever go onto Discord. Bryce was just about to start on his second when he suddenly spoke up. You know what? Why don't we have ourselves a drinking contest? I'm in. You could just leave. You could just stand up and be like, fuck you, and leave. That's what I like to hear. Considering they don't even have cars, at least I won't have to worry about drinking and driving. The rules are simple. We both get around, and we wait a few moments until the next one so the effects can kick in. Whoever gives up first loses. Let's burn some brain cells. Hell yeah. And may whoever burns more win. This is a true game of kings, I'm telling you. Alright, let's do this. He made a show of looking me in the eye while he lowered his muzzle into the bowl before he started guzzling his drink noisily. It was gone in seconds. Certainly it was going to be tough. My confidence faltered, but there was no turning back now. How did I think I could win in a drinking contest against a frickin' dragon? Nevertheless, I grasped the drink, putting on the best show I could while I tried to recreate Bryce's feat. After the first sip, however, I realised it was very different from any other beer I'd tried before, yet preserved through the intense taste until the glass was empty. I probably wasn't as impressive as Bryce had been just moments earlier, but I couldn't afford to show any weakness. My plan was cut short, though, as I set down the glass and an unusually strong aftertaste hit me, causing me to make a face. How'd you like it? This is some really strong stuff. I told you, you better know beforehand how much you can take, or it'll hit you hard later on. Want to give up already? Heck no. As you wish. So when's the next round starting? Soon enough. Do you feel it? Do you feel the bus kicking in already? Don't lie to me. I can see it in your face. Unless that's blushing I see and not the alcohol. I'm not buzzed. Is that so? Look at him! Look at how cute he is! He blushed at us! Ew. Look, Papa, he's one of the last two people we need a romance. You'll be happy to know you don't romance Sebastian. Though I think I do have to do something with him to get him on the front page. Is that so? Anyways, how do you like it here so far? I mean, compared to wherever it is that you come from. I'm having a drinking contest with a dragon. How could I not love this? We'll see how much you like it when I've drunk you under the table. Waiter, bring us another round. Coming right up. Here you go. Having ourselves a little contest, are we? Get him arrested for all those murders he committed. You missed it. We saw plenty of dead Sebastian yesterday. You missed all the dead Sebastian. He died a few times. You know how it goes. That I do. Be careful, Anna. He's a pro. In other words, he's a drunk. Did I hear something about a contest? Maybe. Up to your own shenanigans, I see. Now, don't spoil the fun. I don't go around telling people about what you're up to, either. Point taken. Enjoy. Well, that was a great interaction with a random dragon. Of course, he wouldn't have challenged me if he wasn't confident he would win. Guess I'll just have to try my best. I went first last time, so it's your turn now. As I put the glass to my lips and started swallowing the dark amber liquid, I was struck by how much more difficult this round was compared to the first. One thing that always puzzled me about seasoned drinkers was the sheer amount of liquid they could ingest without issue. Keeping it down, however, was a much different question. But this contest wasn't about keeping it down. There, your turn. Did I see you struggling there for a second? That's my tactic, make you think I'm struggling so you can let your guard down. Roaring laughter erupted from the dragon as his paw struck the table, rattling the containers resting on it. Keep it up, kiddo. You still stand a chance if you can make me die of laughter. As for my turn, let me demonstrate. Once again, he consumed his drink. Though his swigs were noticeably slower than before, his resolve was also fading, though not as fast as mine had, as he clearly held the advantage. Was there any way I could still turn this around? There. Now let me ask you a question. I know you wanted to tell me all that stuff about Reza, but was it the only reason you wanted to meet with me? Maybe having a little fun doesn't hurt, right? Thought so, I wouldn't disagree with that. Wait, the next round. Hey, Bren! I hope you're having a good day. Coming. There you go. Thanks. How are you holding up? Just fine, thanks for asking. If you say so, good luck. Was it your turn, or is it my turn? It's yours. Can we get some seal sacks in the chat for Brent, please? Spam him with some Jeff. Alright. By now it was obvious that Bryce was faltering, though he still was faring much better than I was. He even had to take a break in the middle of his beer, unable to down it in one go. Trust me, the drinking doesn't affect the dragon dong. Now it's yours. He was a lot heavier than me, and even though his bowels held far more liquid than my glasses, how did I think I... Wait a minute. I'm saying things and I'm not sure what I'm saying. Let me try again. He was a lot heavier than me, and even though his bowels held far more liquid than my glasses, how did I think I'd stand a chance against him? When I picked up my glass, I didn't have feeling in my fingers anymore. Hey, Pongus! I hope you're having a good day. I had to pause a few times, but in the end I made it, though I wasn't sure how much more I could take. So well, what do we do now? Wait for you to throw up so I win. You wish. I can see you're close. Just a question of time now, Sonny. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Why are you so darn attractive? That is it! I just am. Got nothing more to say about that. Waiting. Next round. There you are. Apparently, the dragon looked at me, seemingly unable to focus. I could see he was hitting his limit, but so was I. Maybe, if I just held out a little longer. Whose turn is it even? Mine. Good. At this point, I had difficulties picking up my glass. I was about to give up, but I was sure if I held on just one more round, it would be over. I could still win this. I had to wait a few moments after each sip in order to continue, but I did not give up until eventually the glass was empty. Your move, Chief. I should have called him a scaly bastard. For the first time, I could see something in his eyes other than his always present confidence. Was it disbelief or insecurity? I guess my feet caught him off guard, as he seemed genuinely impressed. If nothing else, this showed me that even his own conviction was cracking now. I could totally win this. You're cute, I like you, I really do, but I sure as heck am not going to let you win. He was struggling. It became more and more obvious as he tried to swallow the liquid in his bowl bit by bit. He stopped at one point, panting heavily. I considered taking a cheap shot at him, but as he had refrained from doing so during my turn, I wasn't going to start now. Not sure, I'm so darn attractive, I just am. That's the way, Jeff. That's the way. There. I was getting tired. I could hear Bryce's voice, but I could not make out the individual words anymore. I decided to rest my eyes just for a little bit. Hey, are you okay? You fell down and you look kind of messed up. Which one? If you think I'm giving up, you're mistaken. This isn't over. I can see that. Ready for another round, or do you give up? I don't think it matters which one. Either bring it on now or that one. What do you want to do? Bring it on, or I know when I've had enough. You love squishing your emotes, don't you, Brent? You love the squished ones. Bring it on. The drunk in the chat says bring it on. Bring it on. Actually, you know, once you're lying on the ground, you better stop. Does that mean I win? I didn't say that. Thanks for the points, Brent. You know, it was fun watching you and all, but you've both had enough for the evening. I think you better leave now. After you've come out from under the table, that is. Almost drunk, not yet. Alright, I'll be going then. Wait a minute. What is it? Maybe you should go with him, just to make sure he gets home safely and doesn't do anything stupid, you know? It's kind of an unspoken rule here that whoever is his drinking buddy does so. When I looked over to him, I discovered that Bryce had passed out for the moment. This could prove difficult. Fine. Thank you. Come on, let's get you home. He is still unconscious. Right, it'll be like a smelling salt. Huh, that was actually the salt, not the pepper. Let's try that again. I'm just gonna, like, season his face. What? Is that you, Anna? Where am I? And what did you do to my nose? Did you shove something in there while I was out or something? We're still in the bar and I just put some pepper there to wake you up. That's the best you could come up with. I'm drunk. What do you expect? Oh, shut up. Come on, let's get you home, you big wuss. I awoke, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling. For a moment, I wondered where I was, but for the events of last night all come back to me. As I got up and looked around, I realized that I'd apparently slept on the floor. Where am I? This isn't my apartment. There he is! Big snoozy boy! Guess I must have passed out after I got Bryce home. Hey, Bryce. Good morning, sunshine. The dragon moved an hour grown before he opened his eyes. Damn, my head. Why are you even here? I guess I must have passed out after I escorted you home. Alright, after our little game. Do you remember who won? I don't even know, but you stood your ground and I respect that. You didn't do anything funny while I was out, did you? The dragon rose from the couch with a nice morning stretch, rubbed his eyes, and held his head high as he let out a grunt and a big yawn. Alright, you know what? I'm sorry. The whole contest thing was a stupid idea, and I shouldn't have suggested it, especially not to you. But it's not like you forced me to participate, so I suppose I share some of the blame. Let's just pretend the whole thing never happened. Deal? Maybe I'll invite you over some other time and show you that there's more to the chief of police than getting drunk and passing out. What? But I like getting drunk and passing out. But how are we going to find out who won if we aren't going to have a rematch? Heh, I'm sure we'll think of something else that could measure our endurance. Oh, he's a big flirt! I don't think I need to do anything else. Like, Anna takes my blood at the beginning of the game. I should be fine. Investigate 2 places. You're not a big sexy dragon, Sean. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, skip ahead. Hey, I was just thinking about last time. I know we got a little blackout drunk, but I still thought that was kind of fun. I think you had some fun too, but I also wanted to show you there's more to me than that. So I was just wondering if you wanted to come over just to hang out and relax, you know? We only get to see each other when the things are all serious, and I bet it's rough for you with everything that's going on. I figure you might want to get away from that a little. Anyway, Sean, I have seen what you look like. There is nothing dragony about you. Plus, you're a furry, not a scaly, so you know, back up, boy. Anyway, if you want to drop by at any time, my door's open, buddy. Buddy. Considering what happened last time, entering the literal dragon's den could either turn out really well or not so much. How are you ever going to go and hang out with Bryce? Hey Anna, good to see you. Thanks for the invitation. No need to be so formal. Sure, I'm the chief, but here I'm just Bryce. Wait a minute, something seems different here. What do you mean? Oh, that's it, we're both sober. I thought we weren't going to mention that, right? Don't mind the chaos, this is just a temporary arrangement. Oh, I wanna... No. He led me inside and motioned to the couch. When I took a seat and looked around, I realised that his apartment was obviously designed with only a single person in mind. Some days, all you can do is be glad they're over. Long day at work? You know how it is at the police department, especially with everything going on. Is it a bad time for me to visit? Heck no, I could use some good company right now. So what do you usually do for fun in your world? Meet with friends. Right with you on that one. How about you? You just said. Different things, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know how it is. It's not very specific. Alright, I'll show you something, but promise me you won't laugh, okay? Sure. Good. He went to a shelf on the far side of the room and picked up a long object, carrying it in his maw as he returned to the table before me and gently set it down. It was a wooden model ship. From first appearances, I guessed it was a child's first attempt at assembling a model. Where the shape was recognisable, there were odd pieces jutting out or not fitting together properly. In some places, globs of dried glue remained from excessive use. Looks nice. You don't need to lie to me. I know full well what it looks like, but that's not the point. Even though I try, I don't always make the best decisions. I know I'm not the most patient person, but in my line of work, you never know what they're going to throw at you next, so you always have to be prepared. You can't have inexploitable weaknesses. Fully well. And of course, I want to be fit for duty. As a chief, people look up to me, so I have to be at my best at all times. We can both tell the model's not very good. I don't really have the patience or the dexterity for it, but I tried my hand at this to get better. Sure, it took me way longer than it should have, and my claws were covered in glue for a week afterwards. But you know, these models aren't even intended for us. They're made for runners like Sebastian, who have the proper hands to do that stuff. I know the ship isn't much, but it's something. And maybe if I keep trying, I'll get better. Wait a minute, you have ships? Not in this town, but yeah, we have ships alright. Why does that surprise you? I just find it interesting because where I come from, we also have vehicles for land and air travel. Well, some of us can fly and some of us can run well, but none of us can swim beyond the seas. Do you even have different continents? Not that I know of. You probably have to ask someone who knows more about our world than I do. How can you not know about something like that? Well, we do get the occasional explorer who ventures out into uncharted seas, but I don't really keep track of that kind of thing. Would you want to visit if they ever found one? I can't say I don't find it so exciting, but in the end, I've got my people here and they need their chief. Maybe you could take a vacation and see what's out there. Ha, if I ever have time for that, maybe. Can you swim? Not particularly well. You may have noticed I'm not exactly streamlined. Don't worry, fat floats on water! Oh, me and Jeff are well in now. We could just float away. You're the pinnacle of masculinity, is what we're gonna say. Glad you think so. The muscles are the result of years of hard work. Alright, put your hand on my forearm. Don't you technically have 4 legs? I guess, but it's easier to say forearm than specifying the upper part of my foreleg. Besides, using the word leg might get misinterpreted. Oh. That might make you think of my thigh, and that would be something else entirely. Not that I'd mind grabbing your thigh. We're not even subtle with this one. We're just going right for it. Is that so? Well, let's just keep it on the arm for now. This is maybe why he was the first one, because he's so fucking easy. Just get drunk and feel him up, and he's yours. Well, let's just keep it on the arm for now. I placed my hand on the upper part of his foreleg, somewhat surprised at the warmth radiating from his scales. I hope you're ready, because here I go. His forearm shifted, the shape of his muscles changing as they become more defined. In a moment they were firm and bulging, his scales flaring under the stress, and looking as though they might pop off at any moment. It reminded me of a flexing bodybuilder in a skin-tight lycra suit. After a few seconds, his muscles relaxed and regained their former shape. See, that's what I'm talking about. Flex your own puny muscles. You think you're the only one who can do that? Just take a look at this. I rolled up my sleeves and flexed my arms, showing them off from the best angle as I struck a pose. Nice try, buddy, but I still don't think you want to arm wrestle with me. It's too bad that all those muscles couldn't help you when Reza got away and you got stuck on those stairs. Your fat ass got stuck on the stairs, mate. Hey, that wasn't my fault. It was the damn stairs. Speaking of which, this whole case has been completely insane. Us always a step behind Reza and Maverick running around trying to catch him himself. Hell yeah, I'm strong. I wonder what he's been up to. Maverick? Yeah. We had an interesting conversation not too long ago. What? When exactly was that? When I went into town to check your list of places Reza had been to. How come you didn't say anything about that before? I didn't think it was anything worth mentioning. It was a pretty one-sided conversation anyway. Alright, maybe you should start from the beginning. I don't want to say he's crazy, but I have no idea what he's talking about. Me neither. You know, next time you should let the police decide whether something like that is worth mentioning or not. Why did you not tell us about this again? I got so distracted by things popping up on my screen. I thought it was just Maverick being Maverick. He's not normally like that. I don't get it. Why has he been acting like that? Do you think he's onto something? I don't know, but there must be a reason behind his behaviour. Maybe he's right about Reza. You think so? Considering everything that's happened here so far, it's possible. That would put you in a very bad position. I know, but if it was him, I can't change what he's done. I can only try to help you as much as possible. I'm just thinking out loud, but Reza was the first of your kind to come here. He arranged the generator and PDA trade, and then you came through the port to deliver your part of the deal. Did your people have any goals or long-term plans for us, or was this exchange going to be a one-off thing? It was supposed to be a scouting mission more than anything, a test to see if this kind of business relationship could work out, and if it did, it would make humanity very happy. Things aren't looking good on that front right now, though. But yeah, that's another reason why I'm helping you. However, this whole thing turns out, no matter what happens, I've got your back, okay? He got my back. Likewise. Now that's the spirit. Hey, I'm gonna grab myself a beer. You want one? Sure. Alright. I thought we were meant to be doing this sober. Bryce got up and left through one of the doors to fetch his beer, leaving me alone in the room. Bold letters proclaim the magazine's title was Universal Fitness, its models on the cover catching my eye with their confident athletic poses. Headlines like Stronger, Thicker Tales, and Amazing Tips for Burning Passion gave me an indication of its topics. Curiosity got the best of me, and I found myself staring at the first double page, which profiled their Athlete of the Month. It was accompanied by a range of pictures showing off the athlete's body from different angles and a number of poses. When I heard the door creak open, I quickly put the magazine back on the table before Bryce lumbered back into sight. He had the handle of a beer-filled basket clamped in his maw. Can I go back? So I think I'm gonna do that one. This yeah. That's 2 of the ones I needed. Was anything else an achievement in this one? No, there was one about listening to a bunch of music, but that's not in his house. I don't believe. Bryce stumbled back through the door. The handle of the beer-filled basket clamped in his maw. We got your back, Anna. Thank you, Bren. He carefully set the basket on the coffee table and took out the beers one by one. Once he was done, he swatted the empty basket into a far corner. Help yourself if you like. Bryce's store-bought beer looked very different from what I'd seen in the bar. They were presented in large plastic bowls that were sealed at the top, reminding me of a yogurt container. He broke the seal on one of the containers with his claw and proceeded to drink it noisily. Sweet, sweet nectar always does its job. Can I ask you something? Go for it. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I watched how you carried the beer. I was going to ask you how you do daily tasks like shopping, for example, but I guess those baskets are your best friends. That's just how we do things around here. Not sure why that's so special to you. That makes me wonder. I know you can use your forelegs well enough for things, but what about your hind legs? Can you walk on those? Good question. You know, Punky, if you stop stressing about your sleep, you might actually sleep better sometimes. Your obsession with your sleep is probably what makes you sleep bad. Good question. If you're just talking about my species, some of us can, at least a little. But me, I probably wouldn't be able to take more than 2 steps that way. Interesting. Interesting. Maybe that's something I should practice as well. It'd be a good exercise in discipline. Regardless, I won't be part of any competition anytime soon. You have competitions? Oh yes, each species gets their own athletic competition with a few events every other year. Sounds fun. Ever thought of joining in? It's not really my kind of thing. I mean, it's always just about who's the best and the strongest and who has the biggest muscles and all that. I'm not into that whole competitive lifestyle. And some of those events can also be a bit dangerous. One accident and it could be over for me as chief. That sounds rough. What kind of competitions do you have? They usually highlight the individual species' strengths and abilities. We're going to do strength-based stuff. The flyers get to fly, the runners get to run, and so on. Speaking of which, it's kind of funny just how upright you are when you move. The runners lean forward and use their big tails for bands, whereas you have yours tucked into whatever that is you're wearing. Actually, we don't have tails. You thought I had a tail! Are you kidding me? Not at all. Seriously, everything alive has a tail. How can you just not have one? Not everything has a fucking tail. What the f... Wait, what? That's just the way we are. But tails are wonderful. Just look at mine. That's a pretty wicked weapon right there. And you just have nothing. Can't help it. You know what? I don't believe you. I'm not sure how I can make this any more clear. Show me. Show him. Alright, here's nothing. I'm just showing him my ass. Guys! I can't believe it. You really don't have a tail. Told you so. Why do you cover it all up anyway? It's a human thing. We usually don't show our bodies to strangers. So friends are fine. That would be an unusual friendship. Let's just say that displaying that area would usually imply more. Is that so? Okay, so we've got tails covered, but what about wings? I don't think we can call those little things my back wings. What are they then? Articulated pieces of armor, I guess. Can you flap them? I can try. Bryce got up on all fours, grounded his body in preparation for what was to come. His face contorted into a grimace as his upper body strained. He held the pose for a few seconds, but nothing happened except for his continuous groan of effort. And then suddenly his wings started to move. Slowly at first, they swayed up and down. They gradually picked up speed and moved with a rhythm that could rightfully be called flapping. It reminded me of the pigeons I often saw back home. After holding it for a few seconds, he breathed a sigh of relief as he relaxed, and the flapping motion stopped again. A single bead of sweat rolled down the side of his face as he looked at me, panting. That was awesome. Yeah, that was certainly a first. Too bad I don't have any flapping competitions for my species. That was exhausting, just the right time for a beer. Do nothing. I sat back and watched as Bryce took the last beer, opened it, and took his first sip of a slurp. So I've been wondering, what does it take for someone to become humanity's ambassador? I'm still not quite sure how I ended up here. I guess in my case it was a combination of the right degrees, volunteering, and a great deal of luck. But what kind of job did you have before that? Were you like a politician or a diplomat or what? Actually, I was none of those things. Reza may be, but certainly not me. I guess it's not like you needed ambassadors to represent humanity before, right? And that makes this whole process a first, unless you have aliens show up at your place before. It's funny that you say that, because for a while there actually was speculation that you were aliens. Well, it's not like we fly around in spaceships or anything. Strictly speaking, the word alien refers to any form of life that doesn't originate from our own planet. So that makes us aliens to each other, huh? Well, I'm not sure if that would be a good description for your kind. Oh, why not? Let's just say that where I come from, the word often carries negative connotations with it. That's not good. What does that make us then? I can read, guys. I can read, I promise. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to make up a new word for sentient civilized dragons. What do you think about us humans anyway? I know many others have their own ideas of what humans are or what they're supposed to be. I'm not buying into all that, so I'll just take it as it is. And how is it? Well, you've been interesting enough so far, and Reza, I'm reserving judgment on that one. It's so funny to see people talking about humans all the time and what your presence could mean. Well, I'm one of the few who's actually gotten to meet you and knows what you're like. And people still don't know about Reza. That will certainly be interesting. What do you think will happen once the truth about him gets out? I'll start worrying about that once we know what the truth actually is. Good point. You work with the police long enough, you learn not to have any preconceived notions about such things. Take things as they are and do what's necessary. I imagine you've seen many things as chief. I certainly have. They're usually not the kind of thing I should tell people about, though. Why not? Not sure how it's done where you are from, but here people usually don't like me telling them about the horrible things I see at work. I've probably seen worse. What, you want to trade stories? Not really. I see. Man, look at the time. We spent all afternoon talking. Guess I should be heading back to my apartment. You know, a few friends and I do this barbecue thing every year, and it's going to be pretty soon. You want to come? Sure, that sounds fun. Alright, I'll call you later with the details. Can you find your way out? Yeah, like, it's a tiny little fucking room. I'm pretty sure that door is where I'm leaving. And why does that look like it's got arms? He doesn't need an arm space. Weird fucking dragon. See you soon then. See you. Just because he's a drunk doesn't mean I can't walk out of the door. Boop. I'm fine. I believe this is all skip. Can skip all of this. Boom. Wait, what did she say? I'm so sad. I'll be visiting sometime. Visit the store. We talked to the blue one yesterday. We did the blue one story. The blue one's done. The blue one's done. Stay. As I said, this is about an ongoing police investigation. You reported seeing something yesterday evening, and any information you have could help. Can you tell me exactly what happened? Of course, this was after I came back from my second job, so around 2 or 3 in the morning. It was dark and I couldn't make out much, but the police requested that anything unusual be reported. And what did you see? There was a human-like figure walking away from the production facility. Seemed to be in a hurry too. And you're sure this was a human? Unmistakably so. I couldn't make out any details though. Honestly, if you were the figure, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. What did you do when you saw it? Nothing. I was on my way home, and it was a little unusual, but I wouldn't have bothered to mention it under normal circumstances. I only did because of the police's request for witnesses. Do you know what direction the person went? 1 second, it will be easy to draw a sketch for you. That would be great, thanks. He grabbed a piece of paper and drew on it with a thick felt-tipped pen. Here, this is the east entry of the facility, and this is where they went. Go away from the main district. I guess so. Okay, that will be all. Thanks for your help. You're welcome. You're welcome. The statement from the store clerk is interesting. We've had a few reports of Reza since we went into hiding, so this is very helpful. It's another confirmation of his involvement in this whole matter. Not bad. Thank you. Hey Anna, remember that barbecue I told you about? It's pretty soon, so you better be ready for it. All of the guys from the department will be there. We always have tons of fun, and some of us even stay overnight. It would be cool to have you come along. If you want to come, let me know so I can hook you up with the details. A dragon barbecue party with a human as the guest of honor. Not suspicious at all, Bryce. We're still going. Don't aggro Maverick. Oh. Oh, I'll worry about that in a minute. I'll worry about that in a minute. There you are, Anna. Seems like you're the last one. I thought I was on time. Oh, you are. It's just that everyone always gets so excited about this that they come a little earlier. I thought it was strange how late you're holding this little get-together anyway. It's simple, really. Now we get the beach all to ourselves. Before you go and meet the others, I should probably warn you. What is it? There is someone here that you might not approve of, and who would that be? Maverick. Why is he here? All things considered, I think it's better for him to be here where I can watch him, than if he was out there doing who knows what. You know what I mean? Besides, if I invited you and not him, I'm not sure how he would have reacted. He's always come to my barbecues before. Plus, maybe if I talk to him, I can find out what he's up to. Does he know that I'm here? Yes, and he assured me that he will keep the peace. Can you do the same? Sure. Thanks, I appreciate it. Let's just hope there won't be any incidents. Alright, let's go and meet the others. As we walked a few paces, I saw some familiar faces. Usually there'd be more people here, but with everything else that's going on, some of the others at the department couldn't get any time off. Hey everyone, guess who's finally here? You may remember Zong, the waiter at the bar. Hello Anna. Hey. Is that you, Sebastian? You look so different without your hat on. What are you talking about? Sorry, I just didn't recognize you without your little cap on. That's a good one. Oh, you're already bringing out the jokes. Let's see how long you're gonna last in this company. Hey, Anna. Hey, Maverick. Alright, let's get this barbecue started. There's 5 of us. I don't see a grill or anything here. And where's the firewood? You see that pile of stones over there? That's our grill. And firewood, well, we don't need that. I see. They're dragons, mate. I'm so dumb at times. So who shall light the fire? I can make my own this time. Very subtle, Sebastian. No need to be subtle about it. Zong, your fire stunk up the whole area last year, and it made everything taste weird. I didn't notice a difference. Yeah, because everything tastes the same to you, Maverick. I told you, I had the flu. I'm pretty sure you gave us more than just your fire. I think we got some of your spit in there too. Yes, because of the flu, everything was congested, so it was hard to get anything out at all. You're not making this any better. Excuses, excuses. I'm just telling you how it is. Besides, it wasn't even my idea to light the fire. You were all like, oh, Zong never lit the fire, he should do it. Don't blame me for getting what you wanted. Yeah, and we learned our lesson. Zong, not even once. You wouldn't be complaining so much about it if it wasn't for the flu I had. Maybe I should light it again this time to prove you wrong. No thanks, last year was bad enough. Why don't you do it, Bryce? I'm not sure if I'm feeling up for the task. Why doesn't Anna do it? I like that idea. Yes, that Anna do it. It seems we have an anonymous decision here. Go ahead, Anna, show us what you got. Suddenly they all looked at me, clearly expecting me to light the fire for them. I don't want to disappoint you, but... They were also watching me, not moving or batting an eye, when suddenly laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. That's not laughter, Maverick. You meant to laugh. Okay, guys, I get it. The joke's on me. Should have seen your face. Yeah, it was great. Don't pay any heed to them. They're always like this. Yeah, I noticed. Seriously, though, who should light the fire? You really want to do it, don't you, Seb? Is it that obvious? Just go ahead, then. We already agreed Zong's not doing it. Hey, I told you I could prove you wrong this time. Yeah, let's not ruin our barbecue 2 years in a row. Maybe next year, then. I don't feel up for it this year, and with Maverick saying he probably shouldn't either, I'd rather not risk anything. I could hit you anytime. Sure, but we just want to have a barbecue, not set the whole beach on fire. Besides, Sebastian's fire always makes the food so crisp and smoky. I like that. What's up, buddy? What's up? Why are you crying? You're right. What's wrong? Besides, Sebastian's fire always makes the food so crisp and smoky. I like that. Any objections? Nope. Me neither. Master of ceremony, would you light the fire, please? It's not an easy job, but someone's got to do it. Sebastian went up to the small bed of stones he had prepared. Since his back was turned towards me, I couldn't exactly see what he did, but a few seconds later, a fire started burning among the stones. There we go. Well done, Sebastian. My pleasure. Alright, everyone, pick your poison. Just to get you up to speed, Anna, we've got pretty much everything here you could ask for. Of course, we all have varieties of meat, but we also have some vegetables and cheese if you're into that sort of thing. We even got some of the algae stuff we usually bring for Naomi, one of the girls at the department, but she couldn't come tonight. Just help yourself and throw it on the fire. Sebastian always gets some veggies with his meat, whereas Zong goes totally crazy with the cheese stuff. Now that I think about it, maybe it was just the damn cheese that made everything so bad last time. Oh, shut up, or else I'll force feed you some of it. No thanks, keep your cheese to yourself, please. You know what? That is Sean. He is Sean. I've gone off Bryce. Bryce is a drunk that doesn't like cheese. Fuck him. Where was I? Oh, right. I go for the meat, personally. As I said, the algae is normally for Naomi. She really likes the stuff, but she's one of the water kind, so that's not a surprise. I tried it myself once, not really my kind of thing, but feel free to take some if you want to. And then there's Maverick. He just eats whatever he can get into his muzzle. A few years ago, a sandstorm managed to hide between some slabs of meat he got. A sandstone managed to hide between some slabs of meat he got. He didn't even notice and just kept on munching. Yeah, but that was with Bryce's cooking, so I couldn't tell the difference. Teehee. Why, you... fucking cheese haters. I know. Why is one of my mods a cheese hater? I love cheese. After all of us had made our selection and put it on the fire, we sat down in a circle around it. Of course, Bryce made sure that Maverick and I were not sitting next to each other. So Bryce, how's the stint with Amira going for you? It's weird, I'm not even really doing anything. I just have to follow her around and stand guard in her office. But what's worse, I think I found out why she wanted me to do the whole thing in the first place. Oh, do enlighten us. It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest. Now you definitely have to say it. Alright. The real reason why she wants me to be around her so much is that she totally has the hots for me. Of course she does. Oh, come on. Seriously? You wish. You all know what she's like in public, right? But as soon as it's only us two in the room, she's like a totally different person. It's unreal. I mean, I believe that she's different in private, but still. Of course, Bryce, when you make up a story, just going out with a high-ranking politician isn't enough. Obviously, she also can't resist your manly allure. But it's true, I'm not even interested in her. For one, she isn't really my type, and regardless if it's her public or private persona, her personality really sucks. What was that about sucking? Oh, shut up. If no one wants to believe me, I'll just stop before I get to the really bad stuff. I can actually confirm that she does act like a totally different person when she doesn't think she's being watched by the general public. Interesting. Okay, Bryce, why don't you tell us more? What exactly does she like about you? What's not to like about me? We get it, Bryce. Let's just change the subject. It's true, I swear. Then give us some details. What's she like in private? It all started innocently enough, but as I told you, when we were alone, she started to get kind of weird after a while. She wasn't even remotely subtle about it either. Once even the words cavity search come up from her. Mind you, wait. Came up. From her, mind you, not me. I missed a full stop. I missed a full stop, guys. Oh, come on. I can't even listen to this anymore. And then later, she was suddenly like, oh, my back is so stiff. Would you mind giving me a massage? You look like you have the proper strength to give me a good one. It's like she's not even trying to hide it. Did you give it to her? Of course not. I told her I'm no good with massages. That's the truth. Who would have thought? Do you really believe him, Seb? I'm not judging, just listening. And Mira wanted you to give her a massage hardly constitutes her having the hots for you, though. I'm not even done yet. Well, I'm done with this. Earlier today, she told me how nice it would be for a child to grow up with 2 leaders for parents. Actually, I don't think even Bryce could have come up with that one on his own. I'm not buying it. Hey, at least you believe me, right, Anna? Do I? Yeah, apparently I do. I do. I can totally picture Amira acting like that. See, I told you, if Anna believes it, it must be true. Can't argue with that logic. Maybe it's just the alcohol talking. I didn't even have anything yet. Sure, but with as much as you drink, your blood is like at least 10% beer by now. I bet you can't even get completely sober anymore. Bryce definitely gave it to her. He definitely did. Anyway, what do you think I should do about her? Nothing, because you made up this whole thing in the first place. If I don't do anything, I'll probably end up having to marry her or something. And at that point, your story would actually be credible. Why don't you just tell her to stop? It's not that easy, considering our positions. Even though I'm the chief, there's nothing I can do to prevent her from pulling me off the case and making me into her personal bodyguard. If I tell her to off too strongly, she could totally make my professional life a nightmare. And she totally would. I see, so this is a situation that requires careful deliberation and subtlety. Subtlety! I got it! My mouth works sometimes. What's up? You gonna come here for a cuddle? Go on up. Not exactly your strong suits, Bryce. You gonna breathe into the microphone so they know you're here? No? Go on. You can breathe into the microphone if you want to. You can pant into it. I don't think they'll mind. There's no camera anymore. You don't have to be afraid of the camera. No. Yeah, I get it. You want a hug? Oh, come here, Scooby-Doo. Oh, you're very proud of yourself, aren't you? Yes, you are. He just banged his head on the way out of my bedroom. Like a pro. That's why I'm asking you lot. Not that you're much better, though. Maybe you should play along for a while just to see what happens, and then, once the time is right, you strike. And strike refers to what exactly? I'm not going to indulge her in any way, shape, or form. This is kind of a situation that's going to cause a huge uproar if I include it in my memoir. Who's going to read your memoir anyway? Well, I know at least one person. Anna, what do you think I should do? Tell her how you really feel. Are you sure? Well, if you string her along, that would be pretty dishonest, and she might be even more angry when she finds out the truth that if you had... God, I cannot read today, guys. And she might be even more angry when she finds out the truth than if you had just told her up front. Good point. That kind of makes me curious, though. How does dating work in this world, considering there are so many sentient species around? Is dating between different species encouraged? Maybe that's why Amir is so interested. Is there ever any crossbreeding? I'm sure those questions will go over well in this group. Crossbreeding, that's funny. Well, there isn't any crossbreeding. It doesn't work like that. Besides, I thought you were into biology, so shouldn't you already know where hatchlings come from? You're a completely different life form from what I've seen before, so I didn't want to make any assumptions. There are many interspecies couples though, and what happens if those couples want to have a child? There are plenty of options, though usually it's either adoption or a child where only one of the parents is biologically related. Amira totally wants my children though. Don't you want to be a father? Heck no, I'm not ready for that. I wouldn't even know what to do with a hatchling. I'd probably end up breaking its neck by accident or something like that. What about you, Anna? What about me? Are you having the hots for someone here, as Bryce would put it? To be honest, I have no idea how that kind of relationship would be viewed where I come from. Since we only have one sentient species, I'm not sure what sort of social norms we develop if that changed. Technically speaking, you dating one of us is no different than Amira dating Sebastian, for example. Hey, I'm not getting between the beautiful thing Amira and Bryce have going on. If you ask me, you can do whatever you like as long as you're here. Knock yourself out. Actually, Anna has been hanging out with you a lot, Bryce. They know! Awkward! So what? Anna is a cool person in my book. Or do any of you disagree? Not me. No comment. Maverick doesn't like us. By the way, I think the food should be ready now. Good catch. Slowly, everyone shuffled towards the fire, which by now had become nothing more than an eerily glowing pile that illuminated the area. One by one, everyone took their hot food from the stone bed and placed it onto the provided paper plates and bowls. When it was my turn, I hesitated, since I could still feel the heat radiating from the stones. Something the matter? I think this might be too hot for me to handle. Right, no scales. Let me get that for you. There you go. Thanks. We have resumed our positions in a circle around the glowing stones, and I waited for my meal to cool down while the others started eating. Yep, crisp and smoky. Good job, Sebastian. Don't mention it. Really, it's good. I'm still not sure how you can eat that cheese stuff, Zong. Are you going to make fun of my food choices again? To be fair, we make fun of everyone and everything here. I don't mind the cheese. You wouldn't mind eating the whole bed of stones and everything on it as well. At least I try something different every once in a while. I do too. I think there are at least 5 different kinds of meat this time round. Case in point. Too hot to handle. The food remaining on the stone slowly disappeared as everyone got their additional helpings. Soon even the last piece was gone, and silence started to set in as the banter slowly died down. I think it's time for me to leave. What, already? Hey, the babysitter can only stay so long. Oh well. Yeah, I should also be heading off. You know I'm starting early tomorrow. Well, guess we all got what we came here for. What about you, Maverick? Looks like this party is over anyway. Don't you all get lost in the dark then? Of course. And until next year. Thanks for inviting me, Bryce. I suppose I should be heading off as well. Oh no, you don't. What are you talking about? Well, they all live in the vicinity, but your apartment is on the other side of town. I'm not letting you go home alone at this hour. Resin has always operated during the night, and he may just be waiting for an opportunity like this. What do you want me to do then? You can sleep over at my place. Oh, we're sleeping over, guys. We're sleeping over. If you insist. Damn, now everyone left without cleaning up. At least you're still here to help me, of course. See you later, Sean. We started to clean up together, but with the amount of trash left by 5 people, it was clear it would take a while. Hey, do you want to know where I got these scars? I bet you're curious. Not if you're uncomfortable with telling me. It's no trouble, gotta pass the time somehow. At least they make me look extra intimidating at my job. No one's gonna mess with the big rugged chief of police. You probably think I got them from some crazy near-death case, but that's only true for one of them. The other one was a completely different story. Back when I was a kid, some of my friends and I always used to play outside and go adventuring together. We could go anywhere as long as it was close enough to town. Woods, mountains, beaches, we loved to explore every one of them. We got fairly familiar with our surroundings. And one day we heard from someone that there was a system of caves nearby. Caves! That was something completely new to us. Of course we went there as soon as we could. We were all very excited. It wasn't a big cave system, not big enough to get lost in, but we still had so much fun that day. So much, in fact, that I wanted to go back there right away. The next day, I called up a few friends, but they had a longer school day than I did. Instead of waiting for them, I decided to go alone. Turns out, going out exploring on my own was a little less exciting than doing so with friends, but I still had a pretty good time, and just walking through the entire underground system was quite an experience. Plus, since I was alone, I could take the time to explore every last nook and cranny that I wanted to. Maybe that was my mistake. When I was in one of the remote corners, the ground suddenly gave way and I fell about 5 meters into the cave below. Luckily, I didn't get any serious injuries from the fall, but as I looked for another exit and an ominous realization set in, this cave had no entry or exit except the one I came in. There were a few holes, but I could never fit through any of them or make them bigger in any way. Even if I could, I didn't know where they'd lead. In the end, I had to try and climb out on my own, but as you can imagine, I wasn't exactly the best climber in town. Even so, I still got about halfway before I lost my grip and fell down again, cutting my muzzle on the edge of a rock in the process. It bled pretty badly, but at least I knew to put pressure on the wound. I couldn't try to climb out again, however, so I waited. Oh, look at baby Bryce! It took several hours for anyone to even notice I was missing. I must have been there for about 4 or 5 hours all alone before I heard footsteps above and a search party found me. Long story short, it turned out that besides the cave system we knew about, there was a much larger one right underneath, and those caves can only be entered with a guide now. And I got this lovely reminder of the experience on my muzzle. I had plenty of time to think while I was down there, and later in life I often returned to that experience. At first it made me want to get stronger, but I realised that strength alone wouldn't have saved me. I kind will probably never be able to climb much at all, but I can at least try to better myself. I guess the whole experience also kind of explains why I'm building those stupid wooden models now. Feeling so helpless while I waited down there, it also made me realise I wanted to help others. Having been saved by police sure did a lot to make me want to follow the same path. Turns out I was good enough to even become chief. Guess that's all of the trash, thanks for the help. I suppose I'll have to tell you about the second scar some other time. Let's head back now, shall we? Sure. Guys, we're spending the night with him. Looks like it's already later than I thought. We better head to sleep soon. You can take the couch and I'll just sleep on the floor or something. Don't you have a bed? Oh, this is just a temporary arrangement. I wanted to be closer to work and the new apartment wasn't ready yet, so I have to stay here for a while. I see. With all this armor, I'll barely even feel anything, so it doesn't matter where I sleep. There's no need for you to sleep on the floor. What do you mean? The couch is big enough for the both of us. It is, but I didn't know if you... Well, if you say so. There's your bed, your highness. I'll take care of the light. Guys, we're in! We did it! There we go. Are you even going to sleep in those clothes of yours? It looks kind of uncomfortable. We usually have a separate set of clothing to wear during the night, or we just take off a few layers. I see. Well, it's not like I could take a layer off, except this little blanket here. Heh. Is it okay for you to sleep like this? Yeah? Well, good night then. Good night, Bryce. I mean, we could sleep on his back? Yes? I have a horrible feeling we need to actually talk to Anna. Maybe I don't want to skip this, just in case. Right. This is where we gotta save. So you want to do the good or bad ending first? I'll let you guys choose. Good or bad ending? Dragon-sized couch. What the fuck's sake, Scooby? Where the hell did you come from? Ugh. Get out! Bloody little pain. Bad ending first. Right, the bad ending. is you don't tell Maverick to wait. Boo. And then I've got to go in. Else he dies. And then do whatever. Boo, 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 boo. I don't even know where Scooby's gone at this point. He just showed up on the opposite side of my chair. Like, he usually comes in from the door. I didn't see him come in. And I turned around and he was just on the other side of my chair. He's built on the tall sides to be big side to be sneaking about. I can't skip any of this. Meet with Bryce. I meant he usually comes at me from the side with the door. You know what I meant. Like, he usually attacks from that side. Mainly because he can't sneak. I don't know how he got to the other side of my chair without me noticing him. Like, it's near enough impossible. Oh, that must be him. Hey, Anna. Hey, Bryce. So it turns out you've seen this before. Oh, I mean, that's... No, don't skip ahead. I know you said you wanted to get out of the small apartment of yours, but I'm not sure if mine is much different. You're focused on the dragon dong. Well, I figured yours couldn't be any worse than mine, and now that I'm seeing it from the inside, I have to say the council didn't do a bad job of it at all. I assume it's appropriate for someone of my status. Whereas the chief of police has to make do with whatever he can get. You said it was only temporary. It is, but I'm really getting sick of it, to be honest. I can imagine. Anyway, what's the plan? Plan? We gotta do something, right? If you want some entertainment, I could offer you a bookshelf full of it. Here, Sheridan and Inspector of Sovereignty should be enough to last you a while. No thanks, I have enough fibre in my diet already. I suppose you're not a fan of reading then. Does he look at... Sean Dragon doesn't eat cheese, read, and he drinks way too much. Why would I visit you just to read some crummy book? And besides, I do read from time to time. What do you read? Signs, menus, magazines? That really is the Sean line. I don't think that counts. Let me take a look around your apartment then. Feel free, though I'm not sure if there's anything special about it. I watched with amusement as Bryce headed for the kitchen, so that's what you're really looking for. Guess what? I found something. He showed me one of the cheap bottles of wine and had been in the cupboard since I arrived. Why don't you raid the fridge while you're at it? No thanks, this will do for now. Oh, I get it. You want to play spin the bottle? Sure, we just gotta empty out first. I assume you don't mean emptying it into the sink. Of course not, that'd be a terrible waste. Hey, Garth! A terrible waste of the second cheapest wine from the store. I don't know how you humans are with stuff like that, but here we don't throw away perfectly good things. I'm not sure this one would qualify as perfectly good. Hey, at least it's not the absolute bottom of the barrel. Now, are you going to help me with this or not? Sure. Alright, let's make it one glass for you and the rest for me. You think that's fair? If I had a guess, I'd say I weigh 5 to 10 times as much as you do, so this is as fair as it gets, if you say so. I opened the kitchen cabinet to find an appropriate vessel for Bryce, but when I turned to ask him about it, he had already opened a bottle and was suckling on it like a baby. I suppose that means I won't have to do any dishes. How does it taste? Like wine, I guess. Cheap wine, besides. I thought you were more of a beer person. Hey, I take what I can get. Just a few minutes later, the bowl had been emptied completely. I'm not sure if drinking like a dragon is a phrase, but if it isn't, it should be. Hey, not everyone can drink like me. I see. I see. And now we can finally play spin the bottle. Don't we need more people for that? Damn, you're right. Now I drank all of this for nothing. Somehow, I think the whole spin the bottle thing was just an excuse so you could drink the wine. What? I would never do such a thing. Of course not. Well, we could still play with it with just the two of us. At that point, we wouldn't even need the bottle anymore. Come on, where's your sense of funness? Funness? Is that even a word? We're here to relax. You should lighten up a bit. It's a bit hard to lighten up, given everything that's been happening here. If anything, it's worse now than it's ever been. Rez's actions are threatening our agreement, and with it, the survival of everyone I know back home. But what really takes the cake is that he may have it out for me because I'm helping all of you. You want to have this conversation right now? Alright, let's have it. Just let it all out. Yeah, why don't you talk about Maverick? He may have it out for me because he thinks I'm working with Reza. And me, I'm just here, right in the middle of this whole mess. Just trying to make the best of it. You know you're only involved in the investigation because we needed your help, right? I know, and I'm doing what I can, but that doesn't mean it's making the situation any easier. You think I don't know that? Me, the one responsible for every action our police is taking in this matter. If you want to go ahead and blame someone, just blame me. I can take it. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying this whole situation is something I'm not very comfortable with. And whose responsibility is that, huh? However you look at it, it's me. I was the one who didn't listen to Maverick back when he had his suspicions about Reza. If we had acted then, this whole thing might not have spiraled out of control like it did. I feel like Sean might have a drinking problem. I'm pretty sure not only does the dragon have it, but Sean has it too. I'm just gonna make out that Sean's an alcoholic when he's gone. He can't defend himself. And despite what you might think about him, he was the one who found Reza's hideout even after I forced him into sick leave. We were practically at Reza's front door and he still got away somehow. If I had done something different, we might have caught him. Let this be my official apology to you. I apologize for anything I might have done to wrong you. I'm sorry for putting you through all of this and having to involve you in our work or try to fix this whole mess, because in the end, this is all my responsibility. You don't need to apologize for anything. He hurled the empty bottle against the wall on the other side of the room where it shattered into pieces. Then what do you want me to do, huh? I don't know. Do you think it's easy for me seeing so many people die on my watch? Do you think I don't keep asking myself the same questions, what I could have done differently, and if that would have made a difference? You think as chief I'd be used to it by now, but I'm not. How could someone ever get used to this? It's my duty, you know, but I can't save them all. Never could. You've been to more than enough crime scenes by now. How have you remained so calm? Do all those who have died not matter to you? I'm sorry for making you look at a corpse on your very first day here, but you know I had to. Your help here has been invaluable, and it's not like I could ask anyone else. It's the same for me, really. Sure, they could ask someone else to be chief, but if I'm the one who's best suited for the job, who am I to reject that? Otherwise, I'd have to blame myself for every mistake the other chief made. Is that why you drink? It might come as a surprise, but actually, the alcoholic police chief used to be a huge stereotype in our world. Really? You wouldn't believe it. Actually, I do. The research about alcoholism in the police force is out there, but the general populace doesn't know about it. It's all just internal documents. Why don't people know? They don't want to know about unhappy things like that. Besides, they trust the chief. If they knew about it, maybe they'd start to have their doubts. I thought it was common knowledge that you visit the bar fairly often enough that you're friends with the bartender. I don't know. Maybe they don't realize how it affects me. They see someone who can drink a lot and does it for fun. They don't realize what it means. What other stereotypes about the police are there in your world? That is the biggest one. I think the biggest one is actually that they eat donuts. I'm pretty sure that's the biggest stereotype we have about the police. I see. Well, alcoholism and suicide both are huge problems in law enforcement. Suicide? Yeah, if you have to deal with the things we do on a daily basis, it can affect you in pretty bad ways. Everyone has their breaking point. We all just cope in our own different ways. Some do it better than others. And that's why I'm worried about Maverick right now, and why I wish you'd known him as long as I have. You think he's at his breaking point. He's taking this whole Reza situation very personally. I'm just worried about him, you know? Just like I'm worried about everything else until we can sort out this whole mess. It's personal for me too. No matter what you may think about Maverick, or what he may think of you, he still found Reza's hideout, which led us to the generators. I guess you have both helped a lot in this investigation. My point of all this is, we're a very tight-knit group at the police station. Me, Sebastian, Maverick, Naomi, the bond we form in this job is how we know to look out for each other. I can tell you there's nothing else quite like it. What do you think? How many more have to die to stop Reza? If anything, he's more dangerous now than he's ever been before. You know how much depends on how this all turns out. Whatever happens, I'm just glad to have known you. Remember when I told you about the wooden models I'm making? I never told anyone else about that. As much as I like everyone at the department, it's just not something I can talk about with them. You saw us at the barbecue. I'd never hear the end of it. Sorry about the bottle, by the way. I'd clean it up, but don't worry about it. It was empty anyway. Heh, that's the Anna I like. Oh, you won't believe what happened with Amira at work. What did? I heeded your advice and told her the truth. Details, Bryce. Tell me everything. Well, the day before yesterday, she tried the thing again, complained about her back pain, to get a massage, and asked me if I didn't want to settle down eventually. At some point, I had enough, and I just told her outright that I'm not interested in her. For your own sake, I hope you weren't too harsh. Hey, you said I should tell her the truth, so I did. What did you say? Just that I noticed her clear attempts at wooing me, and I'm not interested, that's all. And how did she react? Not much. She just looked at me and said, "Oh, I see. That's all?" Yeah, and she stopped with the comments after that. Guess that's not so bad then. Well, not really. Now she's having me do all kinds of stupid things, like guard outside of her office door for hours on end. Maybe she's still worried about Reza. The building has its own security, so it's pretty clear that she's just doing it to get back at me for rejecting her. She's really good at hiding it, though. I'd never be able to prove it. You won't have to be with her for much longer. Yeah, but I guess she'll just keep wasting my time until it's over. At least you try to do the right thing. Yeah. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. If I told you that I'm a time traveler from the future, what would you say? Time travel? Isn't that something that just happens in bad science fiction novels? Why only bad science fiction novels in particular? Don't you think there could be a good one? Let's just say all science fiction novels, because they're all bad. Wow! Wow! Bryce doesn't like science fiction! He's falling from his pillar of being the best boy. Huge generalizations aside, what if we are in a science fiction story and time travels are real? I want to see some proof of it first. That's not something you can come across every day after all. What if I confided it to you as a friend? You'd still have to show me some proof, or else I'd call you out on the joke. What if I was serious? Well, it's pretty far out. That's the kind of thing someone would make up to scam people for their money or something like that. I literally am a different species from him that came through a portal, and what he's quibbling about is that I could have come from the future. Like, of all the things he's seen, the thing that's hard to believe is that the portal is in the future. That's the hard thing to believe. Alright, let's forget about time travelers. What if I told you there is another human here besides Reza and me? This is getting kind of weird, Anna. Just entertain me for this question. Well, unless you had some sort of proof, I'd call you crazy. As a member of law enforcement, aren't you supposed to follow up on every report? Yes, but that doesn't mean we have to believe everything. If there is no proof, we'll look for proof. If we don't find some, well, without any proof or leads to follow, there's nothing we can do anyway. I see. By the way, when you and Sebastian went to the farmhouse to go after Reza, you just left me alone with Maverick in the same room. I did? Yeah, I was worried there for a few seconds. Don't you worry about him. You mentioned that you had a talk with him about a week ago, and that didn't end badly for you either. He might be scary, but I don't think you need to be afraid of him. He's got a very strong sense of justice, so he wouldn't do anything to you without a good reason. The question is whether you or I would find those reasons good too. Seriously, don't worry about him. Don't base your opinion of him solely on that incident at the portal. Do you really think he was wrong to suspect Reza when Reza went on to do the things he's done? When he talked with Amira, she pointed out that incident could have caused this whole mess. No matter his reasons, do you really think you want to defend Reza's actions like that? I don't know. This sucks for everyone involved, so let's just focus on getting things done when on the job and not let it consume us elsewhere. Maybe you're right. What's that outside? Fireworks? Yeah, it must be the summer festival. You wanted to get out of your apartment, and rather than go to the festival, you came here. The festival isn't really anything special for me anymore. Seeing one, seeing them all. Besides, it's usually more a thing for families, really. I see. Are those the fireworks people keep talking about? No, they have a fireworks show every evening. Nobody really even cares about the first couple of days. It's only on the last day when they bring out the big ones. I usually watch those. Oh, so if there's big explosions, then you care. Well, yeah, but it's a big tradition here. Maybe even an ideological one. You know, everyone in the whole town united under the stars, watching the beautiful fireworks. It's a thing. People have been telling me for the last few days how I just have to see them. You know, you kind of owe it to us as an ambassador to take part in a cultural event like that. I'm gonna go anyway, so you don't need to convince me. Only one of the dragons took us to the festival, by the way. Only one so far. Wanna come with me? I know all the good viewing spots. Most of the popular ones are usually super crowded, and we probably want to avoid those. I can't really promise anything right now, but I'll keep it in mind. Well, you've got my number, so let me know as soon as you can. Sure thing. You know, those fireworks are also often a couple thing. I'm not surprised. It can set the mood for a romantic evening. Well, they're still going on outside right now. Oh. Are you saying you want to go outside and watch? No, I'm saying we could take this conversation elsewhere, namely the bedroom. The bedroom here is nothing special, I can assure you of that. Well, it's better than the one I have right now. You know, when you slept over last time and we shared the couch, I took it as a sign. Did that mean anything to you? Or was that just two friends sharing a couch that was clearly too small for two people who just wanted to stay friends? We got a boyfriend, guys! It meant exactly what you thought it meant. Why don't we make this a little more romantic then? Share a glass of wine and see where the evening takes us. I should have another bottle in the kitchen. I'll go fetch it. Sure thing. I went into the kitchen to fetch a bottle of wine and two appropriate vessels, wondering how Bryce would manage the wine glass. When I returned from the kitchen, however, I was met with an unexpected sight. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Because I've seen this screen before. I've seen this screen before, and this is going to be the one you guys want to see. Do you want to take a moment to get ready for this scene that you're going to see? I'm sure you guys are going to love it. It's the sexy dragon pose, guys. I need to go back. I didn't take a screen cap. I need to take a screen cap. Scream. Well, I mean, right at this moment, from the way everything is, it looks like his dong would be exactly where his belly button would be, in my opinion. If you think, like, I don't know. I guess no. He's just very small, maybe. Oh my. Bryce sprang up to his feet, a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. What is it? No, that was fine. Don't stop. Not something you've seen here before, huh? Not like that. And then especially with my kind, they are, well, I think you can see what I mean. Do you just want to stand there and keep staring? No. Then why don't you come a little closer? Alright. No comment afterwards, by the way. No comment afterwards. And this is it. That must be him. I hope you're ready to see the fireworks, because I brought everything we need. In front of him there was a woven basket that was closed to the top. It reminded me of a typical picnic basket. What are you talking about? Snacks and other things, you'll see. Let's go then. After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at a rather empty looking area near the edge of town. Where is everyone else? I thought the whole population was watching the fireworks. Well, there are more public spaces, but someone like you would get pushed around a lot in the crowds. Besides, I think you appreciate the solitude, if you say so. The fireworks should start any minute now. If you're hungry, you can grab something from the fun basket. Fun basket? That's what I call it. I didn't know snacks were that much fun for you. They certainly can be. Besides, there are other things inside as well. Oh, I think it's starting. That's just the same as ever. Oh, wait, no. Bryce actually comes with us. That must be it. So what do we do now? We could wait for him here, but I think I've got an even better plan. What is it? Let's just do it like last time. You go in first and I'll stay behind and out of sight. If you meet him, you can confront him and maybe talk him down, but if he tries to flee, he'll still have to get through me first. Alright, let's go. Bryce led me to the dig site where they had unearthed the building's entry. Once we got nearer, he stayed behind and motioned for me to go forward. He slowly followed me, trying to stay in cover as I entered the building. Inside, I was met with a long illuminated hallway that was lined with doors on both sides. Since the lights were already on, Reza had to be very close. I wasn't surprised at the building still having electricity. Wait a minute, we've read most of this. Go back a bit when Bryce gets here. Evil after, maybe I can. Suddenly Bryce was standing next to me. In this one at least, Maverick doesn't die. Now you're showing your true colours, Anna. No, Rez, you did this. You did. I was willing to talk this out. Alright, game's over. He pulled out his gun, not sure which one of us he should be aiming at. The 6 bullets I have in here should be more than enough for you two. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Do you think you can really do that, Reza? Do you think this is worth risking your life for? I've been risking my life for this every day for the last 2 weeks. Yeah, we've heard that. They belong to humanity. Yeah. And then the administrator comes out. She gets shot. Bryce gets shot. I quickly dove behind the box of the generator through cover just as Bryce pulled the trigger multiple times. So this, he blows it up again. I can't move, just go. It'll be any second now. I ran as fast as I could. I was about to reach the outside. I looked back over my shoulder just in time to see Bryce throwing himself in the box before it exploded. There was a rain of small debris as I heard the walls of the building shaking in their foundation. As I made my way to the portal, I saw Rez fumbling with his gun as Maverick pounced on him. He bit into Rez's neck and strained for a second before ripping a large chunk out of it. Reza wasn't moving when Maverick walked off and came towards me. Where is Bryce? He was inside, threw himself on the generator before it exploded, his face contorted in an expression of pain and anger I hadn't seen before. I greatly admired him, you know. I knew I couldn't trust you lot when you came here. His blood is on your hands because he got involved in your matters, your pointless struggles. You never were on our side. It was your fight that you brought here, that he, all of us, got involved in. Our world, your battlefield, our people, the casualties. And you still pretend you were just trying to help us. It was Bryce himself who asked me for help. He would have wanted to. Don't tell me what he would have wanted. He is the only reason you are still breathing. The portal is over here. I'm giving you this one chance to leave. If you refuse, I will kill you. Alright. He accompanied me to the portal, never leaving my side. When we arrived, I remembered there was something I needed to know before I left. Wait, the comet, you need to listen. Suddenly, one of his claws wrapped around my neck and tightened its grip until it was cutting off my airways. I said you had one chance, one more word, human, and you're dead. Do you hear me? He let me go and shoved me towards the portal's controls. As I tried to figure out its interface, only one set of coordinates presented themselves to me, which I confirmed. Wordlessly, I took my place in the middle of the portal. Maverick's gaze never left me as the portal did its startup routine, and I thought about what would happen now. I was going to be the one who would have to tell humanity what happened. The Reza was dead, and I escaped with nothing but my own life. I was sure the welcome I was to receive would not be a warm one. This mission had been a last-ditch effort on humanity's part to save our slowly dying city. For all my efforts, not only had I gained nothing, but I also lost the PDAs I had given to the dragons. Considering our city's failure, I could only guess that whatever other cities remained had limited time as well. At this rate, humanity was doomed. On the other hand, all of those who knew about the danger of the comet in the dragon's world were either gone or dead. Maverick would no doubt tell his own side of the story of how he stopped both Reza and I, who he held accountable for the deaths that had occurred. Maybe he would be hailed as a hero for having stopped Reza, only to be proven wrong when a few weeks later the comet would strike. Another everyone dies situation. There are many of them. We'll do the happy ending. to be fair, I don't think the happy ending's gonna be much happier. Baby Bryce is adorable. There is a good ending. Right. Bryce's good ending. Welcome back. If you haven't realised it yet, this is the day of your arrival in this world. Who are you? I can't remember anything. It's fine if you don't. Actually, this may be better for both of us. I don't even know if we've met before, if this is just the effect of the teleportation. Either way, it doesn't matter. Come on, Remy will pick you up soon, and there's something else we need to take care of first. Right, so we gotta make Maverick stay this time. Wait, he stopped and waited for a few seconds. What do you want from me? Do you have something against humans in general, or is it just Reza and me? Do you think you are superior to us because of your wings and teeth and claws, your fire? Or is it just jealousy or projected hate? I know the first day I met you, you were all hung up on people paying attention to us because we're human. I can assure you, there's nothing about us to be jealous about. Our world is a wasteland. He closed the door before he turned back around to face me. You're really playing the innocent role, aren't you? Now you're offering yourself as a bargaining chip for Reza. At this rate, even I might start to believe you if I didn't have reason not to. If I were with Reza, it would have been much easier for me to pull a gun on you, too, the day you were shot, but I didn't even bring one when I came through the portal. Plausible deniability, or as we like to say, good cop, bad cop. If Reza's plan fails, you and the rest of humanity can disavow Reza's actions as his own and still go through with the trade as agreed, and Reza would be dealt with however. Yeah, if Reza's plan succeeds, you will have given us nothing and still have gained what you wanted. If Reza got away, you'd still have me, though. If your world is a wasteland, don't you think losing you is a price they would gladly pay? Maverick's words made me think, did I really have the complete picture before I stepped through the portal? I guess I would explain why I got the job in the first place. Besides, Reza only stole the things humanity wants, so he's clearly not just doing this for himself. His actions only started after that confrontation with you, though. Maybe none of this was planned. Don't be stupid. Do you think I've forgotten about the secret message he sent you? I still don't know what he would have told me that day if you hadn't interrupted us. He wanted to discuss his plans with you. Only after I found out about the secret message he sent you did I realise that all the messages sent back and forth between the portals could have been similar, even before your arrival. When the police searched Reza's apartment, of course, none of these older letters could be found. Those did not have any secret messages. Is that so? None that I knew of, at least. When he sent me that secret message, I initially had no idea how to read it. But you knew it was a secret message, yes. But that is not true for messages he sent before you came through the portal. I don't think so. Maybe those messages weren't intended for you then. We're not that different, you know. What are you talking about? I reached into my pocket. I still have that. I don't know how long it's been. I pulled out the wrinkled piece of paper and showed it to him. According to these test results, humans and dragons show remarkable similarities for different species from different evolutionary lines in completely different worlds. Why do you think I care about that? It wouldn't make a damn difference to me if other dragons came through the portal instead of humans. I was the only one who followed Reza, and I knew something was off, but all of my concerns were swept away in the wind. It was never about you being humans. It was about my people not hearing my pleas and the leniency they were willing to show you, all in the name of fostering this diplomatic relationship. But you two came in here and strutted around like you owned the place as you tore my home apart. The blood of those who died is on the hands of everyone who allowed this to happen. If they had listened to me in the first place, maybe I'd have caught Reza that day, or was wounded, and things would look very different right now. I agree. Then why do you blame me for suspecting you? All this time, I've just been helping the police. So have I. Urgh. Maybe they'll finally catch Reza, and we'll see how all of this turns out. Wait a minute, you had Anna perform these tests for you. It was more the other way round. She was the one who wanted to study my blood. Suddenly, I'm not surprised that you had these tests done. She can be ruthless when she wants something. What did she do to get your blood? She asked nicely for it. Look at him! He's so cute when he smiles! That's just a cute picture! Look at his little nose! She asked nicely. Nothing else in the world right now could be worth more than samples of your blood, and you just gave them to her. You know what? Maybe I was wrong. Even if humanity and Reza have cooked up a crazy plan, and even if they are willing to sacrifice either of you for their own gain, maybe you really have nothing to do with it. Maybe you are just clueless. He likes us because we're a dumbass, guys. It doesn't really matter much, though. After all, you have nothing to gain from me if I change my opinion of you. To me, proof is the only thing that really matters, so my feelings on the issue are not important. If you work with the police long enough, you just learn to take things as they are. Maybe with you, I have to admit I was wrong, but I won't ever stop looking for those who are responsible for this, and if I find them, I will show no mercy. Beep, 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 beep. Get through all of this that we don't need to see. This. Welcome back, Sean. Skip this. Do this. Skip that. By the way, when you and Sebastian went to the farmhouse to go after Reza, you just left me alone with Maverick in the same room. I did? Yeah, I was worried there for a few seconds. Don't you worry about him. You mentioned that you had a talk with him about a week ago, and that didn't end badly for you either. He might be scary, but I don't think you need to be afraid of him. He's got a very strong sense of justice, so he wouldn't do anything to you without a good reason. When we were alone, we had an opportunity to talk where he made his position very clear. Did he threaten you? No, I was honest with him, and in turn, I think he was honest with me as well. Oh, really? Yeah, I had nothing to hide. If he was willing to talk, I wasn't going to turn down the opportunity. How did that go? I think he doesn't suspect me as much anymore. Guess leaving you alone with him wasn't such a bad thing after all. I suppose you could say so. I just did. What's that outside? Fireworks? Right. Oh, we're gonna get to see Sexy Bryce again. Sexy Bryce. I don't see the good Bryce ending being any different other than Maverick won't try to kill us. Damn it, what is it? The good one sees Sebastian die. Alternatively, just Bryce. Poor Sebastian. I'd like to know why the main character doesn't die, Sebastian has to die. Did Papa Picosa write this? Is the good ending really just Sebastian being dead? No, you can't. The last one is Ideen. How could he? Isn't it broken? Not anymore. Looks like someone repaired it. And he must be close, but where is he? What's so important he won't leave without it? The underground building. That must be it. You can spend some time with Sebastian, though. I didn't kill anyone. Don't you lie to me. You did. I remember it now. What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. Are you telling me you weren't the one who stole the generators and... Wait. Go back. This is all changed. How about you? Only recently found out. Looking back, it just seems so obvious to me. And this is all the same. Killed those dragons, Reza. What are you talking about? I didn't kill anyone. Don't lie to me. You did. I remember it now. What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. Are you telling me you aren't the one who stole the generators and those other things these past 2 weeks? No, I wasn't hiding. After what happened at the portal, I didn't dare do anything that could jeopardize our mission. Why didn't you just come back? How could I? They wanted to arrest me. I was a fugitive. I was surprised they didn't apprehend you, but then you weren't the one who shot at one of their police officers. Come on, Ressa, the murders only started happening after you were gone, and the police have gathered plenty of evidence. You're the only one with a motive. All I did this whole time was try to find ways to contact you, so you could talk to our people and figure something out for me. Why would I escalate the situation like that? Besides, how did you know so much about what the police were doing? I've been helping them because you were going about this the wrong way. I didn't kill anyone, I'm telling you. You have proof, Reza. I've seen it myself. Just turn yourself in and we'll go from there. Nobody can help you if you don't do that. No, I'm not going to turn myself in for something I didn't do. Not for these beasts. Who knows what they'll do to someone like me in captivity. How else do you expect this to end? I'm not doing anything until I've got free passage back home. Actually, I could just leave this place right now. The portal's fixed after all. That's not going to happen. Let me ask you one thing. How exactly are you planning to stop me? I'm the one with the gun here. You would shoot me to save your own hide. Only if you insist on standing in my way. You're not going to get away that easily. What are you going to do, huh? I'll be long gone by the time you call the cops. I don't need to, Ressa. They're already here. Suddenly, Bryce and Maverick were standing next to me. Go, Maverick! You planned this, didn't you, Anna? And to think I let you distract me with such a cheap trick. Wait, but he just... What? Why is he denying killing people in this one? I don't get it. I don't get it, guys. I don't get why he would ever deny it. Reza was quick with his aim, shooting both Maverick and Bryce twice before pointing his gun in my direction. I quickly dove behind the box of the generator for cover just as Reza pulled the trigger multiple times. Only a single shot came out and lodged itself in the box. Though I was seemingly unharmed, a loud hiss began to emanate from my cover. Everybody run, it's going to explode. I started running towards the exit and was soon overtaken by both Reza and Maverick. I looked back over my shoulder to see Bryce grab the administrator before he started running as well. Just as I reached the outside, the explosion knocked me off my feet. There was a rain of small debris as I heard the walls of the building shaking their foundation. As I looked up, I saw Reza fumbling with his gun as Maverick pounced on him. Alright, so that's the same. Reza wasn't moving when Maverick walked off and came back towards me. Where is Bryce? I looked towards the entry, which was mostly blocked by debris. He must still be inside. Then what are you still waiting for? Come on! We ran towards the rubble and instantly see the administrator crawling through a small hole as she removed the last bits of debris that separated her from the outside world. Afterwards, she laid down, panting heavily. Water began to trickle from the new opening. It's the water pockets. The building must be flooded. And he's still inside. I'll clear away the rubble and you try to find him. We both set to work as I stuck my head into the hole that the administrator had crawled out of. The place was flooded completely, but luckily, even though through the water, I could see Bryce as he also tried to clear away the rubble from the other side. Quickly, I pulled my head back out of the hole. He's on the other side trying to get through. Who knows how long he's been underwater? Give him some air. I took a deep breath before I went in again. I extended my arm to grab Bryce's muzzle. Luckily, he seemed to understand what I was going for as he moved into my reach. I pressed my lips to his muzzle, giving him some much-needed air. We're snogging underwater, guys! I drew back, repeating the same process a few times when Maverick cleared away the rubble until eventually Bryce surfaced, panting heavily. Are you alright? Yes, let's get away from here before the empty water pockets cave in or something. Maverick carried the administrator while we went uphill towards the portal. When I came across Reza's corpse, I took the time to strip him of his gun and ammo, not wanting the dragons to find them. Meanwhile, the administrator was set on the ground and Bryce checked out everyone's injuries. Luckily, it seemed both Bryce and Maverick were comparatively minor and didn't need any immediate attention. The administrator was not so lucky, however. She squirmed as Bryce moved her clothes out of the way to get a good look at her bullet wound. No, don't. As I returned to them, I heard Bryce audibly gasping. Damn it, is it bad? Anna, do you remember the first victim? The blood on his muzzle from fighting back was neither yours nor Reza's, but still distinctly human. I thought it was an error or that our DNA tests weren't compatible, but Reza doesn't have a matching bite wound from him. She does. So I don't get how this bit is so different in one ending. Like, this is completely different. I considered the implication of Bryce's words. Whereas Reza usually didn't hesitate to admit the killings to reach a goal he thought noble, he had denied any such actions this time. Of course, there was no use ignoring the evidence before us. This could only mean one thing. Why did you do it, Azumi? Why did you kill them? He did kill them, you know, just not in this timeline. Just not in... There was nothing in this timeline that would make it different. That's not how timelines work. Us fucking Bryce meant that everything was different. If you can even remember my name now, then you should also remember what else he would have done, how he would have enslaved them to use as weapons back in the future, and how he doesn't care what happens to this world. I had to do it in order to put you on the same trail he would have. If I come to you during the first night and tried to explain to you that I am a time traveler you had to kill in order to prevent the suffering that is magnitude greater, genocide, slavery, would you have believed me? Who could have known that sometimes even Reza can change? If he didn't kill anyone, there would have been no investigation, and you wouldn't have known how dangerous he is when he shows his true colours. You just saw that even in this scenario, he wouldn't shy away from shooting others to get what he wants. Besides, I didn't want to risk jeopardizing our experience by changing things. It could erase all the progress we have made and the things we learned over the many times we've done this now. If I didn't shove you out of the way in the cellar when the light fixture came down, you would have died then and there. That's what happened the first few times. There was a lot of trial and error involved to get where we are now. You wouldn't believe the lengths I have to go to every single time, the consequences if I don't. You could not have followed the same path and arrived here if I didn't kill them. The fact that you remembered that it was originally Reza who did it only proves just how important this is. Only if the events stay the same long enough will you be able to learn from them and remember, despite the effects the repeated teleportations have on your memory. This only tells me that I made the right call. If Reza had nothing to do with it, then what was he doing when he was trying to take the generator? I slipped him a note he thought came from you. It said to meet him and take the generator before you'd leave together. He played his part well enough so you couldn't tell the difference. Maybe there's just something weird after a few playthroughs. Maybe. Maybe the endings themselves don't really matter. I don't know. So he really did think that I planned all of this, that I lured him here to have him arrested by Bryce and Maverick. For all he's done, I think he deserves to know what betrayal feels like. I've listened to this long enough now. It was you, and that's all that matters to me. No, Maverick, don't do it. I'll tear you apart. Bryce tried to go between them, but Maverick aimed his shoulder squarely into Bruce's bullet wound. I called him Bruce. He's not Bruce, he's Bryce. Bryce collapsed, convulsing in pain, as Maverick pounced on Izumi and tore into her. Meanwhile, I put a few bullets into the gun I took from Reza before I aimed at Maverick and pulled the trigger several times. Maverick collapsed instantly and looked at me with a pained expression. Beneath him lay Izumi, dead. Why? He was trembling and took a few slow steps towards me, only stopping when I aimed a gun at him. Stop right there. She killed them. You protect her. We needed her. I told you I'd show no mercy if I found the killer. Just when I thought I could trust you, I should have known you'd shoot me just like Reza did. No, it's not like that. Then why? I don't think I can explain. He shook his head weakly. Thanks for proving me right, Anna. Do you remember when I confronted you a while back and asked you to explain your reasons? You told me I wouldn't understand. You're right, I don't. His head slumped as he closed his eyes. He was dead. Oh. Hey Bryce, I'm afraid I've got some pretty bad news for you. What is it? We were able to power the portal again, even without the generators from the lab, but we still couldn't re-establish contact with humanity. Why not? Ever since the portal got sabotaged and was repaired, the coordinates, the connection to humanity's portal, it just isn't there anymore. Can you locate it again? We don't know how. We found a different set of coordinates in there, but for some reason we weren't able to use them. I know, only I can, and you've been travelling back in time to the day of my arrival. I guess you really are a time traveller, huh? Now that you know everything, that really shouldn't surprise you. What are you going to do now? Well, I guess returning to humanity is out of the picture, so it's either staying here or using the portal to return to the day you arrived here. All that time travel business is too complicated for me. Izumi had it all figured out. I'm wondering what she would think about this outcome. All she ever wanted was to save you dragons, just like Reza only wanted to save humanity. Neither shied away from killing people, so maybe you shouldn't look to them as pillars of morality. Either way, I'm not sure if you really have much of a choice here. You don't actually know if they can stop the comet. Of course they'll try, but without the generators from the lab, it's not looking great for us. I initially came here to help humanity, but if I go back with what I know now, maybe I can help you too. At any rate, it was nice while it lasted. Hey, no need for melancholy now. It's not as if we're not going to see each other again. Soon I was preparing to return to the day of my arrival. Despite her actions, Izumi had made a good point. Thinking about the knowledge I had now, I realized just how important it was to remember and how it would help me during my next attempt. No doubt the teleportation would erase some of my memory again, but I could think of a few ways to retain some knowledge. Not only did I take my own written account of what happened with me, but there were also physical reminders I could bring to remember, such as Izumi's mask and cloak. With her gone, I was now the one with the most experience. As I made my way to the pool, I realised in order to make this mission a success, to save everyone, this time I would just have to save myself. Wait, what? I don't know. That's what it sounded like. So that's Bryce. We haven't done either of Dean's endings yet. Wow, Sean. Wow. I get it. Right, the only difference with Adeen's endings is... I don't give her the map. Our drooly boy. You don't have to be here, Sean. I'm not forcing you to be here. Murderer. Look at this screen. It's nearly got everyone on it. We have done pretty much all of Adeen's dates, so we don't need to do any of her dates. Just the fourth one. He wants to support me by ending the stream. I'm only playing this game today. As soon as I finish playing the game, I'm gone. That one. Oh, I need to actually do this. I don't know, I don't have to do it all. No one. Yeah, skip. I don't care about any of this. Boop. 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 I don't actually need to do that. I don't need to do that. Do the library. Boop along. Boop along. Boop along. Yep. Spend it with her. No one wants to see the fucking magazines again. Right. Wait. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Wait, no. Right, skip ahead. It's actually... I don't know. I can try. I'll get it. We gotta go there and we need to get the map. So no ice cream dude. Stay inside. This is the beach. This is the third one. So this is when we give her the map. Right, so the good ending is if you give it. So we'll do the bad ending first, like we did the last time. We don't want to kill Bryce. I don't really care about this. Go. Go! Skip. Right, this is what we need to see. We're back. That must... For fuck's sake. That better be her. There we go. Hey Anna. Hey Ideen. Are you ready to go? Right, where's my guide so I don't get this wrong? There's only one... There's one... Oh my god. There's only one option. Sure am. I can't wait to see everything the festival has to offer. I'm sorry if I come across that way, but I don't think we'll actually have much time to take part in the festivities. Oh, really? Yeah, I'll have to spend most of my time in the competition grounds. We'll arrive there early so I can check in and do my warm-up, and I'll still have to stick around after my performance to wait for the awards ceremony. Well, I guess you don't have to wait with me. You can see the rest of the festival if you wanted to. That's out of the question. I'm here to spend time with you. The festival is not that important. Besides, we can always see everything on one of the other festival days. True. We could even watch the big fireworks show at the end. Yeah, I've heard about that. Everyone keeps telling me how important it is for me to see. It's not that important, but if you have the opportunity, you really should go. I'm not sure if I'll be able to attend, but I'll gladly accompany you if I have the chance. Sure, so today's agenda is emotional support, and next time we can take on all aspects of the festival. Sound good? Perfect. Alright, let's go then. You better fucking win, bitch. It took a while for us to arrive at the festival, which had already begun by this point. The last of the booths that lined the way were still being set up, but dragons of all shapes and sizes were already pouring in. Instead of walking directly through the festival, we stayed outside the established paths, heading towards the stage where the competition was going to be held. Eventually we arrived at a rather large open air area near the facility that had been roped off. At one corner of the building, a few flies had already gathered. Maybe you should wait here while I get my number. Why? People might get the wrong idea if you show up in the registration line. Besides, they certainly stare and start asking all kinds of questions. Alright, I'll just stay here then. I'll be right back. Burp. After Dean had waddled off to the other flyers, I surveyed my surroundings idly. Beyond the big open air areas, seating had been provided, and I could already see a few people waiting for the competition to start. A few had even gathered on the roof of the building to watch from there. I'm back. Is that your number? She held up a piece of cloth with a large number printed on it. A few straps were hanging from it. What, this? No, of course not. This is Neilwing's number. Of course, sorry for the mistake. I'm one of the last to start, actually. Are we late? No, I guess the others just arrived early to have more time to get ready. What do you think about the other competitors? I've seen most of them fly before. Some are really, really good. It doesn't seem like there are many newcomers here, so right now, I'm the odd one out. Maybe you could use that to your advantage. How so? Well, you know more about them than they do about you. Having a promising newcomer there might throw them off their game. I'm not so sure about that. After all, it's not as if any of our already choreographed performances would change based on what others do now. Each of us just tries to do their best. Most of them are seasoned flyers, so they already know how to deal with that kind of pressure. If anything, I'm the one who might get nervous and mess up. I do have one advantage though. I'm still pretty young, and this is a sport with a great amount of wear and tear. There comes a certain point in time when you just can't perform as well anymore as you used to. Many complicated maneuvers can only be performed by younger athletes. The older ones can make up for it using their experience and with better execution of easier moves. In the end, a daring newcomer like me could surprise the audience and the judges with something new and unexpected, which is exactly what I plan to do. How good do you think your chances are? With a bit of luck, I might even be able to win. This is just a local competition after all. But you know what? Just being here right now and performing in front of so many people is a win for me. People will know me, and I'll probably get a mention somewhere in a local paper. I've trained for years, and my application to compete finally got accepted. Now I just have to make the most of it, and I'll be happy. I still can hardly believe that I'm here. This is the moment I've worked so hard for, and I'll be watching you. Oh, stop it. You're making me nervous. Sorry. Can you help me with this? She spread out her wing, and only then did I notice that her shoulder joint was tightly bandaged. What's that for? It's just a training bandage to stabilise my shoulders after the little blunder you witnessed last time. We can't fly with these in the competition though, so I'll have to take it off. Okay. I opened the bandage carefully, unwrapping her wing. There you go. Thanks. She spread both of her wings, beating them a few times. I couldn't help noticing that the previously bandaged wing was sagging noticeably compared to the counterpart, as if it was misaligned. She seemed to be examining her shoulders, somewhat lost in thought when I spoke up. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I? I can see you're straining without the bandage. I'm fine, really. Don't worry about it. If you're fine without the bandage, how come you were wearing it up until just now? Did you need it for practice too? If you couldn't practice without it, maybe you aren't ready to compete without it yet. Since when are you suddenly an expert on flying? I'm the one who's been doing this for years, not you. This is my dream we're talking about. Do you want them to see you in this condition and judge you based on that rather than when you're at your best? I just have to try, you know? What if something goes wrong though? You don't want to be in that position. If I start making excuses now, maybe I'll never stop. I'll always be too nervous or too injured or didn't eat right the day before. I feel bad enough as it is. Right now I have the chance to do this, and if I don't take it, maybe I never will. I'll always just be a server and delivery girl making minimum wage. Is this one chance really too much to ask for? No, but it doesn't have to be right now. There will always be another year. They've never seen you compete before. If you fly now, they'll judge you based on this performance. You only have one chance at making a first impression, and you know it won't be your best if you fly right now. If it's not good enough, maybe they won't invite you again next year. If you fly now, they won't accept any excuses. But if you tell them you're injured, they might let you fly another time. But I don't want to wait another year. I want to do it now. I trained so much, even with this injury. And you tell me I should just let it go? I just can't help thinking about last time. If you crash like that again, there's no sand here to cushion your fall. It would be much worse. You think I don't know that? That I'm not already worrying about this more than I ever have for anything else? I just don't want to make excuses anymore. I don't want to wonder if I'll ever amount to anything more than a waitress. I want to be able to follow my dream, and I want to wait another year to find out. I feel for her right now. I understand her pain so much. It is so relatable. And I didn't even like her. What about Emily? If something happened to you, how do you think they would explain to her that you just suddenly stopped showing up, huh? Don't you dare bring her into this. She has nothing to do with it. Like her or not, what you are doing can have consequences. Consequences? Consequences. And there are others besides you who will be affected if something goes wrong. You know what? I will fly and do the best damn job I've ever done, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Before I could reply, she angrily stomped off towards the building, where by now a number of contestants had arrived. While I had failed to convince her, at least I could say that I had tried my hardest to stop her. I asked myself whether I even wanted to watch the competition at that point. It was possible that she'd do even better than expected, but if my experience was any indication, her performance would not turn out well. In the end, I decided to stay and watch from the sidelines. I didn't want to join the rest of the audience, as I was sure it would give me unwanted attention. After the competition started, I lost myself in thought, thinking over the conversation I had with Adine while watching the other contestants half-heartedly. Adine had been right, some of them really were very good, but based on what I had seen at her practice session, she did have a shot at winning if everything went well for her. Even though my rational mind doubted that would happen, for her own sake I hoped it would. One by one the contestants showed off their skills in a variety of moves, usually followed by the applause of the audience. Eventually it was time for Adine's turn. Next on the stage is number 11, a promising newcomer who will show his skills to the public here for the very first time in her debut performance. Please welcome Neil Wing. There was an excited bout of clapping. The audience was always curious to see a newcomer on the stage. However, after a few seconds passed, Adine still hadn't emerged. An awkward silence set in as the audience's applause stopped and everyone sat anxiously waiting for her to show up. She never did. After half a minute or so had passed, the announcer's voice once more echoed across the area. My apologies, it looks like number 11 will not be flying today. Next up is number 12, a certain veteran you may know for his somewhat unusual technique. Before I could even ask myself what had happened, I saw Adine walking out of the building and coming towards me. Adine, what did you do? Let's just go somewhere else. Okay. Okay. We walked away from the festival and sat down under a tree in the outskirts of town. As the competition was already nearly over, the darkness had already set in. Here should be good. So what made you reconsider? You were right with everything you said. When I was inside and had a bit of time to cool off, I realised I didn't want to do it like this, even if I'd have to wait another year. How do you feel now? I know it was the right thing to do, but I can't help thinking that I'd just come so close that I could have done it if it hadn't been for that stupid accident. You'll have another chance, I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep. Hey, Anna, look at the sky. Can you see that light? The one that looks a bit brighter than all the others. I looked up and saw many celestial bodies lighting up the sky. One of them was noticeably brighter than all the other stars. Yeah. I usually practice in the evening and stay until it's dark, so I see the stars pretty often. I noticed something about that one. It moves. How does it move? It looks pretty stationary to me. You won't notice it just by looking at it, but over the last couple of weeks I've noticed that it's changed position when comparing it to other stars. It can't be a star then. Stars don't move. They have an office in one of the cities that watches these kind of things. I called them about it a while ago. What did they say? It's just an asteroid passing by. It's even been on the news a few times. That makes it sound pretty important. Yeah, it's a big one apparently. Otherwise we wouldn't even be able to see it without a telescope. Do you think it's dangerous? Why would it be? I don't know. It could hit the moon or something like that. They assured me that's not going to happen. They say calculating the paths of celestial bodies is a very complicated science and not really an exact one. They know it's not going to hit the moon, but they're watching it to make sure it passes safely. Not that just watching it would make a difference. They don't really know anything more. Apparently they're also really underfunded. The council doesn't see the need to waste people's time and money to look into the sky all day. That's strange, don't you think? It used to be a pretty important job, but over time the funding got less and less until only this token office in our biggest city was left. I see. It's just a shame since the whole institution was based on our creation story. In what way? In one of the stories our creator told us to watch the skies. How religious are you, really? What exactly do you mean? Well, dragons have these myths about humans. How many of them do you actually believe are true? Oh, I believe all of it. I just love reading all the stories, theories and all that. Why is that? Well, I think there's a lot we can learn from it. Much of our society is based on it, including our laws and traditions. I see. Can I ask you a question? Sure, go ahead. What would you think if I told you that I'm a time traveler from the future? Hey, don't joke about something like that. Why not? Because I'd believe you. Besides, if you were really a time traveler, I think you come from the past, like the time when we were created. Really? Why is that? Because that's the only time in our history when we know of humans ever being here. If you came from the future, that would mean humans were to show up at some point in our future history, and I'm not sure how or why that would happen. Wouldn't that mean that I was your creator? Well, not necessarily. There could have been other humans around, right? Your myths only mention one, though. Yeah, but people speculate, try to find explanations for those old myths. Maybe there were more humans around and they just died, or their creation rebelled and killed them. Others say they fled across the ocean. We just don't know. What do you think? I don't know, I like reading about all the theories and trying to piece the puzzles together myself. That's why I want to visit that underground building we found. Some of the theories are quite out there. Like what? For example, one says that humans are really aliens who come from a different planet. They created us for some reason and then just vanished again. What would they do that for? Maybe it's an experiment and they're testing us. Some say they're always watching us from up there somewhere with a giant mothership, and that maybe one day they'll return when we're ready to join them. That is pretty out there, I'll say. Told you so. What about the humanity you came from? What about the humanity you came from, though? Why don't you tell me more about your world? I don't like talking about that. It's much prettier here. I don't believe you. It's the truth. I'll believe it when I see it with my own eyes. I'd love to visit your world. I don't think it would be a good idea to visit us right now. Why not? Do you know what our world is like? Are there any rumours about that? Not really. There hasn't been much speculation about that yet. Of course we're curious though. Next time we want to send one of our ambassadors into your world to make it even and all that. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Don't be so negative. I'm sorry, it's not up to me to determine the best course of action. I'm just a lowly ambassador after all. Not quite as lowly as a waitress with nothing more than high aspirations. Maybe it's time for me to go home. I would walk you, but I guess you'd be faster if you flew. Nah, I'd rather not without the bandage. Are you serious? And you were going to do your performance like that? I know, I shouldn't have tried. You don't have to bring that up again. I'm sorry, for what it's worth, I think you made the right decision in the end. Thank you. Shall we go then? Sure. Sure. There we are. Do you want to come in for a bit? It would be a shame for you to have to come all this way for nothing. Sure. 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 Do you want to do this? Sure. I see. Sure. Oh, I see. Sure. She opened the door, wiping her feet on the doormat before she went inside. Can I offer you something to drink, maybe? No, thanks. I'm good. Sure. How about some TV? That could be interesting. I haven't watched TV in ages, and I don't have one in the apartment. You're right, you've got a pretty decent apartment, but they didn't provide a TV. I wonder why. Maybe they wanted to avoid cultural shock or something like that. You got a shelf full of books though. Why would books be fine but not a TV? I suppose when they gave me books, they know what I'm going to read. But on TV, they can't really regulate the content I'm going to see. At least if TV works the same way as ours used to. That's true. Maybe they just thought your time would be better spent elsewhere. I guess, if they didn't want me to watch TV, they certainly never told me. Actually, there's a series on right now that could be pretty interesting for you. What is it? Well, I'm not going to tell you. Do you want me to play it on or not? Sure, let's do it. Sure. Adine turned on the TV and a brief flicker appeared on the screen before it was filled with an image of a house from the outside. Well, that doesn't look unusual. Just wait a bit. The camera cut to the inside of the home where the chattering of small talk could be heard. Then some figures entered the living room on the screen. They were grotesque, malformed creatures with rather cartoony proportions, covered in odd lumps all over their bodies. They all shared the same odd skin tone. It was clear to me that these figures were played by actors in obviously fake bulky costumes that reminded me of mascots. What are those? Humans. Humans? That's the name of the series. It's a typical sitcom about a contemporary family as we would expect it, but the twist is that everyone is human. And then I realised why I hadn't been able to identify the creatures on the screen as humans. They were all naked. Since the Dragon's concept of clothing was different, they had applied their own principles when creating this series. It was quite bizarre to see a typical family sitcom where all the characters were in obviously fake costumes and also happened to be naked. Do you like it? It's one of my favourites. While it is a sitcom, it manages to address serious and deep issues fairly often, which I don't think would be as effective if we weren't watching them through the lens of this alternate reality. This one isn't as bad episode, but it's already nearly over. I guess there's no point in just watching the ending. True. By this point, the credits were already rolling, and Adine turned off the TV again. What do you think? Let's just say that if a human looking like that suddenly showed up in our world, people would probably run away screaming. They don't look that bad. Sure, it's impressive if we consider what they had to work with, but there's a few things they got wrong. Like what? For one, humans mostly wear clothing, and secondly, we don't have tails. Those are just small details. The series is still good though. Is it popular? For sure, many people love it. I see. I hope they aren't too scared of me when they see how different I am though. I didn't run away screaming when I first met you, did I? True. Now that you're already here, there's something you could help me with. What is it? Well, it'd be a huge favour to ask, and it's kind of embarrassing. Just say it. The worst I could say is no. How should I say this? It's about my shoulder. I get pretty dirty from practice sometimes, especially from the bad landings, and recently the detachable shower head broke. That usually wouldn't be much of a problem, but with this injury I can't quite reach a few places on my own. It's already not ideal having to manage everything with my wings, but now it's even harder. You want me to scrub your back? I guess you could put it that way. Told you it was embarrassing. We're gonna scrub her back. I'll do it. Don't worry about it. I'm glad to help. Thanks. This way. Going in the shower, guys. We're going on a shower day. I followed her, entering the rather large bathroom. This shower is huge. I wouldn't mind having one of these. This isn't just your regular dragon-sized shower. It's made specifically for a flyer like me. We need enough room to stretch our wings. Just think of the possibilities. She took off her goggles and stepped into the roomy walk-in shower. After pressing a button on the wall, water started flowing from the shower head mounted on the wall. She moved around a bit, stretching this and that way in order to cover her whole body in the water. Soon afterwards, she pressed the button on the wall again and the water flow stopped. She turned to show me her back, wings splayed. Oh. Oh. Jeff, look away. Jeff, look away. Don't look. This isn't for you, Jeff. The soap and sponge should be right there. I took a sponge that wasn't unlike the ones I knew from back home and added some soap from a rather big bowl. It seemed to me that each species had their own challenges that needed to be overcome when it came to daily tasks like this one, emphasized by all the different design choices when it came to everyday items. You can start with the wings and work your way down from there. Sure thing. I couldn't help making a joke to ease the tension a bit when I put the sponge on her muzzle. Hey, it looks like you've got something here. Oh wait, that's just your stripes. Hey, stop that. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Good job. Now I've got soap in my nose. I started scrubbing her wings. Now that I could see them up close and fully extended, I found them to be quite impressive. You know, I actually tried to do that before. What do you mean? Washing off those stripes. Why? She doesn't like her stripes. Well, I was just a child back then. You know how kids are. They make fun of everything. Though I don't know if human children are the same way. They are, trust me. Don't press too hard there. That's the injured shoulder. I'll be careful. Eventually, I reached the lower back, and while I was washing a particular spot on her left side, I could see her leg twitching slightly. Are you ticklish there? I guess you noticed. What happens if I do this? I repeated my ministrations, moving the sponge in circles over the particular spot. He stopped that. She started squirming, and suddenly her tail whacked around and hit me in the face, causing me to stumble and fall over backwards. This is the worst day. I've just been beaten up by a tail. Are you okay? I guess I deserved that. Well, you tickle the dragon, you get the tail, apparently. The forked tip of her tail was still hovering inches in front of my face. Its peculiar shape reminded me of something. I couldn't help but grab it and hold it like a telephone. Hello? Hello? What are you doing? I think your phone isn't working. Stop being silly. Alright, I'm nearly done anyway. I resumed my scrubbing. By now, only her tail was left. Not being entirely sure about my technique, I moved the sponge over the tail's whole length in small circles. When I was nearly done, I noticed a low rumble emanating from her, reminding me of what an oversized cat's purr might sound like. Is that? Are you purring? Suddenly her expression changed as she looked over her shoulder. Oh, are you done? You should take a step back if you don't want to get hit by the water. After I left the shower again, she pressed a button on the wall and the water resumed once more. She only stood under it briefly and moved around a bit until the water had completely washed off the suds. When she turned off the water again, I realised that it didn't cling to her much at all. After she shook herself for a bit, she stepped out again, nearly dry. Thanks, I really needed that. You're welcome. It's probably getting late for you, and I already held you up this long. Don't worry about it. It was already dark outside. I guess that took longer than I thought. I'm not supposed to go outside this late. You're right. We were advised by the police to stay inside after nightfall because of everything that's going on. For me, this is even more important. We don't know if there's anyone out there who might want to target me. I suppose you just have to spend the night then. I guess so. We're spending the night. Ah. I guess she's here. Are you ready? Ready for what? The fireworks, silly. Oh, of course, let's go. After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at a rather empty-looking area near the edge of town. Here we are. If this is everyone, I'm disappointed. I thought it would be crowded here. This is actually one of my training spots, and it turns out you can see the fireworks pretty well from here too. So this is your secret spot then? I guess you could say so. Well, now that I know of it, I suppose it's not so secret anymore. Not if you keep it to yourself. We can make it our secret, if you say so. Literally everyone has brought us here to see the fucking fireworks. It's not that secret. Hey, looks like it's starting. Now, take a good look. Right. That. I can't skip it because I've never seen this before. Beep, 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 beep. Stop joking around, Annie. You still haven't seen the best part. I know where Reza is. We need to stop him. Are you serious? Yes, I am. What should we do then? Maybe you could fly and get us some help. I'll try to buy us some time by confronting him. Alright, where should I meet you? Somewhere near the portal. He'll be there. Let's go. Let's go. I should be able to skip this. Maybe I can. Suddenly Maverick and Dean appeared next to me. You planned this, didn't you? And to think I let you distract me with such a cheap trick just I thought there was a shred of humanity within you. He really doesn't like me, guys. Boo boo boo. And her hair's changed colour again. It's lighter again, isn't it? Reza was quick with his gun and shot Dean once before Maverick even had a chance to charge. As Maverick ran towards him, Reza adjusted his aim before shooting at Maverick multiple times. Maverick stumbled and fell before Reza walked up to him and shot him in the head. Wow. What now, Anna? Are you going to let me through, or do I have to finish the job with you? Dean was lying on the ground next to me, injured. He really didn't fucking like... Oh, she's crying, guys! I looked over to Maverick and the Administrator. Both lay dead in a pool of their own blood. Well, we're going to see it. Now you hesitate to kill after doing all this. It's your choice. Please, just go. If you told me that just a few minutes ago, I wouldn't have had to do all this. Heck, you could have come with me, you stupid idiot. But if you want to die here with everyone else, feel free. Alright, step over there and lie on the ground. If I see either of you moving before I'm gone, I'll shoot. I did as he said and could only watch as he took the generator and left. Very jerkily. It might be a mistake. When both Maverick and the Administrator were dead, it turned out that Dean's injury was fairly minor and she soon got the medical attention she needed. When I attempted to use the portal to follow Reza, however, I had to realise that humanity's portal was not accessible. After Reza had arrived on the other side, he or humanity must have quickly deactivated the portal in order to prevent anyone from connecting with it again. I warned the dragons about the comet, but without the generators from the underground building, they failed at diverting the comet enough to make a difference. As such, the only remaining option for me was to use the portal with the Administrator's coordinates, which would enable me to travel back in time to the day of my arrival in this world. I met with Dean for one last time to tell her about my plan. I would use the portal to try again, hoping for a better outcome. There will always be another year, huh? What are you talking about? That's what you told me during the summer festival when you talked me out of flying in the contest. There will always be another year, so I didn't have to fly in this one. I'm sorry. Don't be. You did what you could. Even if it has to end like this, I enjoyed my time with you. Let's not have any regrets now. Thank you. Remember when I asked you what you were going to do if you knew the world was going to end? You told me you would stay outside and watch it all unfold before your eyes. Maybe that's what I'll do. You won't have to see it, not if I get to have any say in this. Can I just come with you? Unfortunately, no. These coordinates are tied to my biometric data. Only I can use them. Oh well. Don't worry. I'll be back before you realise it, and nothing will have happened. I'll wait for you. Right. Now her good ending. We got this, guys. We got this. Hell yeah, good ending hype. And then after we've got her good ending, we can get the actual good ending. So who's everyone's favourite dragon been so far? Hannah. Drakbar. I do like Drakbar. Right. Rest. I nearly forgot who the hell I was going to visit then. Right, this is all gonna be the same. He pulled out his gun and pointed at me. Reza, wait, why can't we just talk about this? We just did. No, what about... Wait, you're just trying to distract me, aren't you? No, I'm just... Shut up. They're probably already on their way. Suddenly Reza shot me in the leg, causing me to fall over and squirm in pain. Her good ending is I'm gonna die. I saw Reza running to the box containing the generator. He lifted it up using both of his hands before making his way towards the exit as fast as he could. When Reza got close to the entrance, I saw a flurry of grey zipping past me with a thunderous gallop. I looked towards Reza, who turned around, dropped the box, and grabbed his pistol. It was Maverick, who pounced immediately. Reza fell to the ground, and before he could do so much as react, Maverick buried his teeth into Reza's neck and bit down. Reza slumped instantly and didn't move again. Then Nadine appeared and called out to Maverick, "I don't want to be shot! Guys, I have a fear of being shot. I don't want to be shot." "Why did you have to kill him?" "Because I'm not taking any chances anymore. What took you so long? Anna, are you alright? He got me in the leg. Maybe there's a first aid kit in one of these rooms." Nadine went into one of the adjoining rooms only to reappear with a first aid kit shortly afterwards. "Can I do anything else? I'm not sure if I can apply the bandage. So you could tell me what took you so long." "Well, at first, Maverick wanted to storm the place head on, but then I remembered the map you gave me and the other entrance. We heard you two talking and figured we could surprise him if we went in the other way. I guess I shouldn't be complaining then, because this could have turned out so much worse. Well done, Nadine. We probably should be getting you some real help." She turned to Maverick. "Come on, what are you waiting for? Maybe he thinks I'm going to take the generator while you're gone." Because you really wanted to stop Reza. My apologies." His guts up, guys. He turned and they both left. Shortly thereafter, the administrator appeared and came towards me. "Izumi, you're kinda late this time too. How ironic that you remember her name now. Besides, it didn't seem like you really needed me. Good job." "Her name? What are you talking about? I'm not Izumi." The person I thought was an administrator took off the mask only to reveal a strangely familiar face underneath. The person before me had a face that looked exactly like mine, down to the tiniest detail. It was like looking into a mirror or at a twin. It was me. "You understand why I'm wearing the mask now? How is this possible? It's complicated. By now, I guess you know that this always ends with you travelling back in time when something goes wrong. When I was in your position, Izumi died during our confrontation with Reza, and as all the experience from all the different attempts vanished with her, I decided I had to become the person who would oversee the next one. I didn't know just how complicated it would be." "It wasn't the next one, though, was it? You took 2 to get here." "Luckily, she left a lot behind to help me, and I executed her plan just as she would. So what do we do now? Well, with the generator still intact, we will have no trouble diverting the comet and saving this world, but I also know that you feel very strongly about executing the mission you were sent here for. Unfortunately, I'm starting to realize now that this won't be possible." "What are you talking about?" "As outlined in Izumi's plan, I deleted the coordinates that would lead back to humanity's portal when I repaired this one, replacing them with coordinates to travel back in time to the day of your arrival in this world. Unfortunately, this means that our connection to humanity's portal was lost." "Are you saying we could have saved humanity if you just didn't remove those coordinates?" "I'm afraid so." "And why did you do it?" "I didn't realize it would come to this. I just executed a plan as she would have. I can understand her reasoning for it, though. It presents an extraordinary risk. Eliminating these coordinates also eliminates the possibility of Reza getting away through the portal and taking the generator we need with him. Why not just tie them down to a biometric data like the coordinates we need to travel back in time? That wouldn't be much help, because in scenarios where Reza escapes with the generator, he wouldn't hesitate to kill you to take what he needs to bypass the biometric scan and use the portal anyway. Then the only way to achieve what we want is to not delete those coordinates." Can we really take that risk? You know that if we fail badly enough, even once, if the portal gets destroyed, or if both the administrator and you die, there won't be any more chances. If you've seen what goes on from the administrator's side during my stay here, I suppose you should be the one to decide that. That still doesn't address the question of what we should do now, though. If we want to make this happen, one of us will have to go back and do this all over again. And what happens to the other? They could stay here and live their life however they wanted. What about Adine? I wish I could stay with her. All she does for the orphans, I wish I could be part of that. I wish I could be done with this already and settle down, but someone has to go back and ensure that we can reach the outcome both of us want. No matter if it's you or me, one of us has to do it. Otherwise, all those we know back home, I don't think I need to tell you. Why are you making me think of those who suffer? You'll never forget them, and if you don't do this, it will haunt you, I know. What do you want me to do? Go back in time and do it all over again? It's what we've been trying to do all this time, you know, no compromise. And of course you want me to do it so you can stay here, huh? I'll do it myself if that's what it takes. I just hoped it wouldn't have to be me. Don't we both? If we wanted to settle for an outcome where we just stop the comment and stay here, we could have done so a long time ago. It doesn't mean that we're both not tired of this. Maybe forgetting everything again by stepping through the portal would be a boon then. Don't try to make this more palatable for me. How many times have we done this now? I don't know. I don't know. I kind of know. So that was her good ending. And with that, we've unlocked the ability to do the good ending. Which apparently you just need to go to the end. We'll definitely not have time to do the true ending tonight, if that is really a thing. But we can get the good ending. What will you do now? For the time being, I suppose I'll be stuck in this world. Just losing the connection to humanity's portal, how is that even possible? I don't know, maybe we'll never be able to re-establish contact. No matter what happens, you'll always be welcome here. You put your life on the line to save us, and it cost your colleague his life. Reza was never my colleague. Then what was he exactly? You know, maybe it's better if humanity never finds out what happened. Oh well. Either way, I'm glad you're here now, and I think Emily will appreciate it too. You think so? I'm sure of it. The people from the orphanage should be here any minute now. I'm a bit nervous, to be honest. She finally got to have a baby with us! Have you ever babysat before? Not a dragon, that's for sure. Don't worry, I'll be here with you the whole time, but you'll have to be very careful, alright? Of course. I guess it's time. Are you ready? I think so. She got her dream, guys. Enlightenment. Let's meet with Sebastian. Seeing we're here, let's see what this is about. Hey Sebastian, this is Anna. How he just hung up? You're still here? I'm still on the clock, you know. Well, I'm glad you take my security so seriously. Just doing my job, sir. I appreciate it. Anyway, did you need anything? It's pretty boring when I had to spend a day all on my own. I don't really know anyone here yet, so I don't know where I could go or what I could do for fun. Well, if it were earlier, I could have shown you around town and given you the tour, but it's getting dark outside and I think most places are closed by now. Let me think. Do you like being outdoors? Yeah. Oh, me too. What do you think about camping? You want to go camping right now? Well, it might not be the best idea, but I'm not sure there's much else we could do at this time. Would it even be okay for us to just go outside? I'm supposed to be guarding you, you know. Technically, I'm still on the clock, but camping could be much more fun than you just staying inside and me guarding your door, don't you think? Besides, I'm supposed to accompany you wherever you go. You're not our prisoners, so of course you're free to go wherever you want to. If you wanted to spend a night outside and experience the countryside, not only could I not stop you, but I'd be obliged to come with you. So what do you say? Sign me up. Sure, just grab a few things. Well, this is nice. We're going camping. Well, here we are. And we didn't have to do anything to go camping. I'm surprised we even got a spot this late after what you told me. With a member of the police force and someone who is as important as you are, it's not really surprising. They probably regard it as an honor to be hosting us. So this is it. No tent or anything. Oh, tent camping would have been a bit more complicated to set up at the last minute. Is there any other form of camping? What you're seeing here is cave camping. Essentially, like little... They're run like hostels, but you sleep in caves like this one. Well, at least we got some furnishing. Could use a few sleeping bags though. If you wanted a comfy bed, you should have stayed in your room. This here is the real deal. Sounds great. Yep, just us in nature itself. We even have some natural lighting in here. So much for the real deal. We could just sit in the dark if you'd prefer that. No, I think this will do. Have you ever gone camping before? Not like this. I see. You know, I was kind of nervous when I met you the first time. I could tell. It was quite a thing to hear that humans were going to visit our world, but when I met you and it turned out you were just like an ordinary person, that really threw me off. Didn't you meet Reza before? Actually, no. Everything about your visit is clouded in secrecy, so I didn't get to hear much about Reza from Maverick before I met you. I see. So are you one of those who expected me to act a certain way because I'm human? Actually, that didn't have much to do with it. Any high-profile guest would have made me nervous, especially if I was in charge of keeping them safe. I also happen to be the newest guy in the force, so I didn't exactly want this to turn into a career ender right here, right there. You've been doing a great job. With the whole murder situation going on, you should be careful that it doesn't end more than just your career. But I hope these walls aren't going to cave in then. Camping is fun, guys! It is! Thank you, I'll do my best. I'm sure of it. How long have you been on the force? They didn't assign a rookie to me, did they? Just because I'm the newest guy doesn't mean I'm a rookie. It's been a few years now. I suppose that means you don't get many new recruits. Not here, at the very least. This is a small town, so we don't really need them all that often. I got lucky when I got this position because I figured there'd be more competition from the locals. Locals? Don't you live here? I live here now, but I actually grew up in a small farming village that mostly consisted of runners like me. Runners? Oh, that's just what we call our species sometimes. We've got pretty powerful legs. I can see that. Of course, your first thing is to make s'mores. If we went camping, you would be the food guy. If we did anything, you would be the food guy. Are there many villages where the inhabitants are mostly of the same species? For sure, it's mostly smaller ones though, because the bigger they get, the more variety you'll find. I see. I only have my hometown to compare, but from what I've heard, there are other villages that are fairly similar. They can only survive like that if they lead much simpler lives, or if they focus on a certain industry the species is good at. So your species is good at farming. Better than the earth dragons at least, even though they come in handy pulling the plows. Why did you decide to become a police officer? I just wanted to see what's out there beyond our vegetable fields, and if whatever was there was like the stories I'd heard. Is it? Oh yes, it's been great. Now that you mention it, I don't really know much about this town either. Well, what would you like to know? What can you tell me about the people? They're a friendly bunch for the most part. Of course, I also meet some unpleasant fellows in my line of work, but luckily they don't seem to be in the minority. There was also a bit of a culture shock when I initially came here, with all the different species living here together, but my police training took care of that. What is it like to work with Bryce? He kind of took me under his wing when I came here, and I've been working with him ever since, pun not intended. I found it a bit weird that the big shot himself had to show the country bumpkin the ropes though. I thought he saw it as a challenge, or that he wanted to scare me away, but honestly he's been great. Everyone here trusts him a lot. What can you tell me about the land? The land? Well, I hear they have fertile soil. Not as fertile as my hometown though. I was talking more about if they have any sort of industry. Oh, I see. This town is actually quite unique because even though it's fairly small, it has its own production facility. With that, we basically have our own full production chain. Sure, one factory is everyone's pride and joy here. In a way, yes, it makes us fairly independent and keeps everything local. What's it like having so many different species on the force? Compared to my hometown, it's been quite an interesting change. On one hand, you get all kinds of different people with all kinds of different strengths, abilities and backgrounds that can make your work so much easier. On the other hand, it also creates all kinds of new problems that I never would have expected. I won't forget the first time I had to follow a shoplifter who also happened to be a flyer. Do you have any special recommendations or secrets I should know about this town? Secrets? This town doesn't really have any secrets. Not that I know of, at the very least. We're working on the last ending. Well, not the last ending. There's the true ending, then there's the true ending, and there's the bad ending. We're doing the true ending, and then I'm ending. Maybe you just don't belong to the inner circle yet. I think as a member of the police force, I get to see everything there is to see. Either way, I don't think there's anything that special about our town. Oh, now you're just making me hungry, Jeff. But hey, I'm the only one who's been new here. What are your impressions? Good, bad, ugly? It's been fun so far. Fun? That's not something I expected you to say after we showed you a corpse on your first day. If Bryce said it had to be done, then it's part of the job. I'm not sure if it was a good idea by Bryce to take you to the crime scene, though. I know he's a hands-on guy, but that really was a bit much. Pun not intended. If you need my help, I'm glad to give it. Fostering goodwill and all that. Well, at least you don't seem to be traumatized from the experience. Anyway, how about some fun? What kind of fun are you talking about? I bought some playing cards, a staple for any camping trip. I see, what are we playing? Just a little game called Bastion Breach. Ever heard of it? Can't say I have. We often play it in the break room to pass the time. It's good fun, though things can get quite heated sometimes. Let me go over the rules, sure. Oh, we can actually play this. As you can see, some of us start with all the cards of a given suit. Each of us start with all the cards of a given suit in their hands. Your diamonds and I'll be hearts. Of course. What you see in the center is the middle row, which is a line of shuffled cards from another suit. This way, each game is going to be unique since the middle row always changes between games. And this is how the game works. We will play around for each card in the middle row, starting with the one you see at the very left. During each round, we both decide which card to play and put it there face down like this. Once we both play the card, we flip them over. The highest card wins the round, and whoever played it gets a point. To clarify, 2 is the lowest card and the king is the highest. The ace is a special card. It beats every face card, but will lose against any number card. Now the card from the middle row also counts, so it's possible that neither of us will get the point for a round. If there is a tie, no clear winner between the 3 cards, or the middle row has the highest card, no player will get a point for that round. However, the next round will give the winner an extra point to make up for it. At the end, the player with the most number of points wins the game. Did you get that? Yeah. So this game is all about bluffing and mind games. We can always see what cards have been played, so each of us knows exactly what the other player has left. Alright, are you ready? Sure. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Take all the time you need to make your selection. Five for the first card makes an interesting start. You should try to surpass it and play something higher, but if I'm going to do the same, you don't know how high I would go to not only beat the 5, but your higher card as well. Alternatively, you could count on me trying to beat a higher card and play a low one instead, thus making me waste mine. What's it going to be, Anna? Huh. I don't know. I feel like I don't want to play a high card. I feel like I want to make him waste his card. A 2's going to be pretty pointless. Other than for maybe the ace. As you can see, I played a lowly 2 just to see what would happen. Alright, he's going to play a 2. Let's play our 2. I'm cheating. I don't care. I'm cheating. Getting to know your opponent and their tech tendencies is just as important as analyzing potential moves and strategies. A tie, I guess, we both try to do the same thing. Especially when getting him early, when most cards are still available. I'll let you figure this one out, though. Ace. That king would be for the queen. I could, I guess, try winning that card. You did the predictable thing and played the ace, the only card that beats a king. Since my 3 beats your ace, though, this transacts it. Oh, for fuck's sake! I didn't think about that. Wow. Go back. Your brain is weird. I know I can still win. I don't think I can win now. I'm going back. Oh, I can't go back. I can't cheat anymore. I've gone too far. He's played his jack and his queen. He can play his ace. I'll play the ace. I need to get... Hey, Paige! Fuck off. Jack. One, two, three. He beats me. Oh no, I beat. We tie. Hell yeah. Hey, just look at that. We've got a draw. Is there no tiebreaker or anything? No, not really. Guess it's a draw then. This doesn't happen often. How peculiar. Well, you didn't lose. That's pretty good for your first game. Thanks. I'll just put these away. No rematch? Maybe some other time. It's getting kind of late now, if you say so. Hey, maybe next time you can teach me a human card game. Sure. Maybe we should get some sleep now. I imagine it'll be just as busy tomorrow as it was today. And let's not forget, I'll have to get up early to report about all this. So how do you like your bed of rocks? It's alright. Well then, have a good night. Good night, Sebastian. No cheating. Like I'm not gonna cheat. Yeah, skip. Skip everything. Skip it all. Skip ahead. We don't have time. We've seen this all so many times at this point. Come on, let me skip. We got this, guys. Wait, this is all different. No, it's laughable that we don't even have... By the way, are you planning to attend the summer festival? Should I? It's hard to think about something fun when I'm wrapped up in this investigation. For sure, it's important to take a short rest so you don't lose your head. There's so much to see at the festival, particularly the big fireworks. Dragons enjoy fireworks too. I would think something like that would feel so commonplace since many of you breathe fire. It's not quite the same. We still appreciate the wonder of colourful bursts in the sky. On the last day, there's always a big fireworks show. Everyone usually attends it. Everyone? Yes, there's a great tradition behind it. What peeves me most is that I'll be on guard duty when it happens this year, so I probably won't be able to see a thing. What am I meant to do? Oh, I can do this one. Are you suggesting I abandon my post during the fireworks? No, you don't have to abandon your post, but if you pick a good spot and watch them for like half an hour or so, no one's going to care. I'm not so sure about that. The guard post is pretty important. I know we're talking about the portal, but you don't need to take this so seriously all the time. Just think about it. The portal is broken right now anyway, and everybody will be busy watching the fireworks. Nothing is going to happen. I suppose you have a point. Just pick a good spot and no one is going to even notice you're gone. Whatever you say so. Anyway, so she get back to the investigation now. Alright. That was different. I guess, let's see if Anna's alive. Because if Anna's dead, we're going to be in trouble. Yeah, she's alive. And as always, I can't fucking skip this. Hey, not just a terrible influence. We're gonna save his life, guys. Yeah, skip. Oh, I didn't really want to press Anna, but never mind. We are pretty terrible in this chat. Everyone goes. I thought about who I should bring to the show this time. Thinking about this set off a vivid image in my mind of the fireworks I had seen before, exploding in patterns and illuminating the night sky. Suddenly memories of my many attempts burst forth like the fireworks themselves. All the different things that had happened, the people I met, and also my many confrontations with Reza. I remembered everything. I'm not sure what to say to this. Well, the science behind the time travelling is actually sound. It doesn't contradict anything we know about the portal. I can't say the same about the theory of the wormholes and barriers, though. It does confirm what my roommate has been learning and my own experience. I can't believe this has all happened to you, Anna. The proof speaks for itself, really. I'm not sure about this. It all just sounds so... I know, Bryce. Time travelling is only something that happens in bad science fiction novels, right? And I thought this was going to be some sort of intervention. I've already given you proof regarding the time travel. You don't just have to believe me about the rest, though. All of you have evaded peril because of this phenomenon. Think of the times where you suddenly changed your mind because of what you thought might happen. If you had memories of things that never happened or dreams that later turned out to be true, you have experienced it as well. And some of these nightmares, yeah, those have happened too. Are you saying that if I had flown during the competition, I would have died? I remember things from timelines where I died. The same must be true for all of you. It's not just your imagination. This is nice and all, but why did you call us here? I mean, what's the point of telling us all this? I know where Reza is going to be in a few hours. The 5 of you are the people I've gotten to know best in the time I've spent here, and maybe you even remember some of the things we've done together in other timelines. Now I need your help to stop him. Why didn't you just call the police about this? You wouldn't even need to tell them about all the time travelling and such. This case was already getting too big for us, and we still haven't gotten the reinforcements we requested from the city. With the fireworks going on tonight, we really wouldn't have anyone to spare. You want us to stop him? That sounds dangerous. He's killed at least 4 people so far, right? And let's not forget that he still has his weapon. What's in it for me? Having a part in stopping a murderer would probably get you a civil honour. It wouldn't exactly look great on us to give someone a medal and throw them in prison the next day, just saying. Knowing Amira, she'd probably make a big parade out of it and have her pardoned. Sounds like a deal to me. Of course, you'd only help for your own good. At least I considered my options instead of following someone blindly. Anna tells you to fly, and you only ask how high. Anna has called us here to stop Reza. If we want to make this happen, we should probably start making a plan. Agreed. Same here. So where is he going to be? In the underground building near the portal. He'll try to steal its generator. I see. Previously I only realised where he was once he was already inside, but this time we can think about the best way to stop him. If we're just going to storm the place, I should probably go first. For one, I'm a professional, and what's more, I'm also an Earth Dragon. That's what makes me a good cop, virtually unkillable by any would-be criminals. Just, you know, their gun has shot him like 1,000,000 times already, and he's died pretty much every time. I wouldn't be so sure of that. What's that supposed to mean? Well, all of us together should have no trouble taking him down. I don't want to kill him if we don't have to. Yeah, as a chief, I agree. Yeah, but he's the same dragon as Maverick. And Maverick got shot and injured already in this timeline. Some of them can shoot fire out the mouth. They're not actually dragons, they're dinosaurs that have been created by humans. They're bioweapons. So not all of them can spit fire. And some of them can just dribble fire. We spent the last couple days getting to know all about dragons. Well, these dragons anyway. Even if we outnumber him, let's not forget about his weapon. Our first goal should be to disarm him somehow. How can we do that? Well, I've got a shocker at home. Hit him with that, and I doubt he'll be able to hold anything for a while. and we can cuff him after that. I'll show you how to do it. Actually, I'll let each one of you have a pair just in case. You don't have to bring one for me. I don't think I'd be able to use them. Don't worry about it. They were designed with flyers in mind. It's really easy to cuff someone if you know how. Well, if you say so. Okay, we've got a shocker and some handcuffs, but that isn't much of a plan. What are we going to do? Wait for Reza to arrive and then all try to cuff him at once? Maybe you should go alone. Yeah, I'm sure Anna called us here, only to confront Reza alone in the end. What are you talking about? Well, if you want to get him with the shocker, your best chance is to surprise him after you've gained his trust. I mean, they are dragons. We call them dragons, but they're not noble dragons in the way that we know of a noble dragon from our myths. They're bioweapons, so they're all designed in different ways. So not all of them are going to be able to shoot fire. Not all of them can fly. You've missed everything. We've done every single ending near enough. The blue one is adorable. The blue one was annoying. I didn't like him much, and I kept forgetting his name yesterday. But I had been awake for about 20 hours at the point I started his playthrough. Well, if you want to get him with the shocker, your best chance is to surprise him after you've gained his trust. You may think it's safer if we're all there because we outnumber him, but in reality, this will likely provoke an aggressive reaction the instant he sees us all. Oh, the white one is basically Akbar, Paige. He is basically Akbar. I agree, you may not be able to talk him down, but in the end, you only need to get close enough to him to hit him with the shocker. I think he's frightened, feeling like an alien in this world. Maybe that's how he could become a killer, by seeing us as something foreign or lesser. But I've tried doing that before, with one of you staying in hiding until things were about to go wrong. That usually didn't work out as well as it should have. Because your approach with him was wrong, you tried to talk him down or distract him while help arrived. What should I do then? Go there before Reza arrives and act like you were going to steal the generator yourself. Carry it together, and as soon as you're outside, surprise him with the shocker and cuff him. Meanwhile, all of us will be hiding in the area and watch you to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I mean, he isn't lesser known, is he, Punky? You mention him every 10 minutes that you're in here. There's nothing lesser known about him. Give me all the dragons. Oh god, Jeff's gonna start with his fucking game talk again. Here we go. He's gonna name more dragon games. Meanwhile, all of us will be hiding in the area and watch you to ensure that nothing goes wrong. That sounds pretty good. How'd you come up with it? I read something similar in a book once. I see. Wasn't that in one of the Sheridan books? No comment. Any other opinions about this plan? I couldn't think of anything better if I tried. Do you think you could really pull it off, Anna? I'll have to. We better get ready then. I'll have to fetch the cuffs in the department, and Anna should get her shocker. I also have to make a phone call before I go. A phone call? Yeah, to tell Sebastian not to come in for a shift today. While we waited for Bryce and Anna to return, Laura, Nadine, and Remy stayed in my apartment and made lunch for everyone. After we were all reunited, Bryce showed us how to use the disposable plastic handcuffs he bought. As they were designed to even constrain an earth dragon like Bryce, they were nigh impossible to tear. And then you just pull here until they're tight enough, so he won't be able to pull his wrists out. Got it. Does anyone need help? How about you two? No, I got it. You are right, it's pretty easy if you know how. Alright, we've got some more time before we're leaving. Guess we can just sit around and wait. The calm before the storm. By the way, how's that investigation about me coming along, Bryce? That's not something we should talk about right now. Besides, I've been busy with the whole Reza thing, so... Of course, you can't tell me anything. I suppose I won't even know when your people will suddenly decide to take me in. Hey, it's not my fault you violated the conditions of your suspended sentence. I'm just following protocol. I better get pardoned for doing this, or else... Or else what? I might as well go through the portal myself if I just end up getting arrested here, just saying. If you don't want to stay here, maybe you should go right now. Hey, I'm all for helping Anna. I just want to make sure I'm covered as well. If what I've read about her is true, then maybe she shouldn't get paranoid. Don't believe everything you read in those tabloids. I can confirm they don't know anything. You don't know the whole story either. Does that mean you lied under oath? Maybe I should reconsider this pardon thing. See, that's what I mean. She only cares about herself. My research has saved thousands of lives, if not millions. What did you ever do for the community? I volunteer at the orphanage, and what's more, I do that just to help them, not for my own gain. Why does she have to be the only one who gets something out of this? Well, all of us will probably get a medal. This isn't really the kind of discussion we should be having right now. Probably Mortal Dragons combat. Anna, if you lied under oath, then that's something I can't just forget. What are you going to do about it? I'll make you a deal. You tell all of us right now what really happened back then, and you'll have my support when it comes to being pardoned for helping Anna stop Reza. How does that sound? We don't even need her help. She can just leave as far as I'm concerned. If I'm going, I'll take my shocker with me. Don't do that. I want to know what happened. You'd rather know and let her walk. She's already being investigated. Let the wheels of justice do their work. See, Anna, I just can't catch a break with these people, even when I'm here to help you. She may walk anyway. This infraction was so tiny that she may put a spin on it that makes her look like a victim, just like the last time. If she tells us what really happened, then that's something we'll always know about her, and how we can... If she tells us what really happened, then that's something we'll always know about her, and how we can be sure she won't do anything like it again. So now you're planning to resort to blackmail. You know what? Do whatever the heck you want. I don't care. Just make up your damn minds. I want to know. Me too. Lauren, Adine? I don't like this. Alright, let's hear it. The majority has spoken. It all started when I decided to look for new angles to tackle cancer. Since I occasionally work with the police, I got a phone call that they received a victim of some sort of accident. As the victim had no family or relatives, there was no one who could object to her body being used for research purposes. Usually this wouldn't be anything special, but she wasn't just your usual victim, she was pregnant. For me, this opened up a lot of possibilities. Usually the council wouldn't allow fertilized eggs to be used for research, but here we were talking about a few fertilized egg cells that hadn't even formed an eggshell yet. They would have perished quickly if I hadn't noticed that she was technically pregnant. I submitted my forms for the research and started my work. Since the material was very sensitive, there wasn't really time to wait for approval, as it would have put the whole experiment at risk. Either way, I was sure the paperwork would go through, and had other things to worry about than what some busybodies would think about my work. My approach was to tinker with the fertilized egg cell's DNA in order to create a living organism whose immune system would be strong enough to combat cancer all on its own. Once it hatched, I could make a few transplants, and a new way to fight cancer would be born. In order to ensure compatibility with myself, I spliced in some of my own DNA, enough that it would be considered a member of my own species rather than the parents. The result of my experiment was incubated in an artificial eggshell, and then it was just a matter of time before it grew up and we could see if the procedure was a success. For some reason or another, however, my proposal became a public matter. Proposals like mine that needed the council's approval could be seen by anyone and were open to discourse, but people usually didn't care about them unless they had some experience in the field. Not so in my case. Once the media got a hold of it, rumours ran amok about what I was going to do. People fixated on small details and exaggerated the procedures outlined in the experiment. Self-appointed do-gooders who thrive on outrage made a smear campaign against me, and due to all the ensuing controversy, my proposal was ultimately rejected. It was already a shame that an experiment like mine, one that could help countless patients, both current and future, could be shut down like this. But there was more. Some people were watching me, and they knew I was doing something in my lab. A group of council-approved scientists were going to come to my lab to discuss alternative strategies for what I was trying to do, but I knew it was partly a setup in order to check that everything that was going on in my lab was legitimate. By this point, the egg had already substantially developed. Knowing of their visit and that my experiment was now illegal, I had to get rid of it somehow. I would have smashed it if I could, but the fetus inside was already too big to make it vanish easily. In the end, I decided to leave it on someone's doorstep, disguised as an egg left by unwanted parents. Wow. What a fucking cunt. The whole affair got the police department in a lot of trouble too, because it was us who gave you the material. Don't you have a single shred of decency within you? Now let's not have any arguments here. I could have done much worse than leaving on someone's doorstep. Besides, don't expect any goodwill from me if you never showed any either. Hey, we were on your side during the whole thing, remember? Yes, but only because I saved your ass more times than I can count. No one, not a single person, has ever been nice to me just for the heck of it, except for Anna. Leaving an egg on someone's doorstep is such a horrible thing to do. Like you would have done anything different in my position. I would have owned up to my mistake because I know how these children end up. How they have to grow up if they don't get adopted within a few years, doomed to be nobody's children. You spliced your own DNA in, so you're basically its mother. You didn't hesitate to throw your child away when it became an inconvenience for you. Actually, it's more of a clone than a child. Did it even have a name, or was it just a product for you, a failed experiment? Well, she did have a name. I even scribbled it on her eggshell before I left. Wait a minute. It wouldn't have been around the same time, but... No, it can't be. What was the name? It's gonna be Emily, whatever she's called. Why do you even care? They probably found her. She went to a nice family and lived happily ever after. End of story. What was her name? Well, if you really want to know, it was Emily. Of course it fucking was. I know her. She's been living in the orphanage all her life while you went on with yours without a care in the world. Why even that name? After the mother, I guess. Now that you mention it, I think the victim's name was a bit different. Amelia, that was it. Froze to death during a winter night, if I recall correctly. What? Remy, I never told you this, but shortly before she died, Amelia found out that she was pregnant. Wow! Wow! Jesus fucking Christ. Ah. That means you. Where is she? Don't worry, Remy. She's being taken care of in the orphanage. We can go there once this is over. No, I want to get there right now. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Yeah, if you're going to meet her, it will take some preparation, and you shouldn't see her when you're like this. Besides, we should be focusing on Reza right now. Agreed. You're right. This is more important. I think it's time to go anyway. Alright, let's do this. Soon we arrived at our destination, and everyone chose their hiding places. It wasn't easy, especially since we didn't know where Reza would come from, but with a bit of scouting help from Medine, they all found suitable places eventually. I went inside trying to remember the room the generator was in. Luckily I had plenty of time, and when I found it, I packed it up in a cardboard box that was lying around, just as Reza had done so many times before. Then I waited, knowing of the various conversations we had in other timelines. When we met here, I could think about what I was going to say and what his likely response would be. I also found it interesting that this time I could be the one who was here first. After a while, I heard footsteps outside. As if on cue, I took the box with the generator and opened the door. Reza, you're here. You don't know how glad I am to see you. I've wanted to talk with you for so long. Where have you been all this time? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. But talking can wait. Now that you're here, we've got everything. Come on, help me with this, and let's get out of here. Reza walked up to me and grabbed the other end of the box. Slowly, we made our way through the building. I can't wait to get out of this place. It gives me the creeps. How so? Ever since I arrived here, a lot of weird things have happened. I don't like it. What are you talking about? Something strange is going on in this world. When I close my eyes, I see things. Things that never happened, and things that later turned out to be true. Do you know what I'm talking about? So you do? How is that possible? I don't know, Reza. I had my own reasons for coming here today. I knew now would be the best time to take the generator and leave through the portal. What about you? They aren't looking for you too, are they? No, they believe I'm on their side. And what are you doing here? I had a feeling you'd be here. I figured it out just like you did. We can't wait for them to build us new generators. Considering they took the PDAs and generators back from you, it's more than fair that we take this as payment and be done with it. Wait a minute. What is it? Something's not right here. Suddenly, he let go of the box, making me put it down. He took a few steps back before he grabbed his gun and pointed it at me. Reza, what's wrong with you? How could you even know the time I was going to be here? Because of the fireworks. We both know they gave us the perfect cover to do this now. No, that's not it. We've both been here before. I remember us carrying out the box together, and that time you killed me with my own gun. Reza, what are you talking about? It's all coming back to me now. There's not been a single time where you actually wanted to help me. That girl with the mask, where is she? Reza turned around just in time to see the administrator tackle him to the ground. I ran towards them, but in their scuffle, a few gunshots unloaded. The telltale hiss of the generator sounded through the hallway. I turned around and ran towards the exit while both Reza and the administrator scrambled to their feet and followed me. When we were all outside, I was swept off my feet as the generator exploded. Recovering from the fall, I looked up, only to see Reza running towards the portal. Suddenly, Adine swooped in from behind and collided with Reza. He stumbled and fell to the ground, while Adine regained her balance and ascended, attempting a circle to face him again. Reza stood up and raised his gun at her, when Maverick suddenly pounced out of nowhere and pinned him to the ground. Bryce was running towards them when Maverick looked at Reza, growling. Don't kill him, Maverick. And why not? After what he's done to you, you're not letting him off the hook that easily, are you? Let me cuff him. Go ahead. When I arrived, Reza was already secured and ready to go. He spotted me, his face contorted with anger. You, how could you do this to me, to everyone? You have no idea what I had to do to get here, to get this close to bringing the generator home and to our people. And if you had only helped me instead of them, we could have done it too. Where were you when that bastard of a dragon bit me? When I couldn't do anything but lie around in pain the whole day with a festering wound, huh? Or when I waited for you at the portal a week ago, ready to leave with parts of stove to repair it? When I shot my gun a few times, hoping you'd hear it so we could escape together? I risked everything when I waited for you. Maverick nearly got me that time too. I could have left without you if I wanted. I had everything I needed, but I didn't want to just leave you behind. Should I shut him up? No, let him talk. You said we would do anything, that together we could save humanity. All those teleportations, messing with our heads. Don't you remember our plan? I never forgot about our plan, Reza. I just wanted the dragons to be part of it too. What are you going to do now, huh? You'll see. Humanity's going to be fine, and so are you. Take him away, Bryce. Take him away, Bryce! I just want to know one thing. Who really sabotaged the portal? That was me. I knew it was Reza who was stealing the generators, so the least I could do was prevent him from sending them to humanity and escaping through the portal. As long as it didn't run, he could never completely get away from us. Say it. You were right about nearly everything, Maverick. Just not about Anna. Still, it took an extraordinary amount of bravery and courage to do what you did. Who knows how all this would have turned out if it wasn't for you. It feels so strange to me now, but it's like I just had to follow Reza, that I even knew where to go and where I would find him. I followed my intuition, but the longer I kept pursuing him, the more I thought I was going crazy, and it might mean my end if I decided to go down this path. Maybe that wasn't just your intuition. Come on, do you want to help me show Reza his new cell? It would be my pleasure. Oh, look at them, they're happy. Happy boys. Just as they went off with Reza, I saw Remy and Lauren approaching. Izumi was leaning against Remy while they walked up to us together, her overalls bearing a large red stain in the center. She needs help fast. I tried to give her some first aid, but I don't think it did much. Based on those wounds, I'm not sure if anyone can help her now. She's right, I won't be around much longer, and there's still things I need to tell and show you, Anna. Maybe I could carry you. No, we have to go alone. Alright, can you all wait for me here? Sure. Please just don't start arguing again. There would be no point now that we've stopped Reza, it's all good. She actually managed to convince Maverick not to kill him. Ex-boyfriend, and he still listens to me, isn't that funny? I could tell you about Amelie while we wait. That would be lovely. That was one of Gracie's commands. Gracie added puppos, I believe. Izumi led the way as we walked through unfamiliar territory. Maybe I should start by telling you that I haven't been exactly truthful with you. Wherever it is, I'm sure it's fine. Still, now that we're here, I think I should tell you everything. Here we go. The truth. When I was accidentally sent back in time, I wasn't alone. What are you talking about? Did you really think a single person could have accomplished everything I told you about and single-handedly figured out time travel along the way? We were an elite team sent to break new ground. There were 4 of us. Heinz Foreman, geneticist and project leader. Sybil Thomas, behavior specialist. Francois Bordelon, military advisor. And lastly me, Otomo Izumi, engineer and maintenance crew. This is the kind of job that is top secret. It's so top secret that I wouldn't be surprised if we were all killed after we hand over the data. Good thing we're not expandable, huh? You think they're sending us into the middle of nowhere without seeing us as expandable? People please, first of all, you were briefed about this, so you should already know what your duties will be. I'm sure all of you are all well qualified to perform as expected, but let's get to what the project is really about. Does anyone want to make a guess? Since I am here, it can only mean something with military applications. Good guess, Miss Thomas. Does it have anything to do with PTSD, perchance? Not quite. How about you, Miss Otomo? I have no idea. Just get to the point, please. Let me sum this up in one sentence. Intelligent, trainable bioweapons as low-cost alternative to mechanized weaponry in developing countries. Interesting, very interesting. This conundrum we find ourselves in might actually work out in our favour. Since we are outside of any jurisdiction now, that means we can do whatever we want during this little project of ours. Just think of the opportunities. You intend to utilise human DNA in this project, don't you? I thought they would do that anyway, and pay off whichever country we would find ourselves in. Yes, but now we won't even have to do that anymore. It will take me a while to repair all the damage and re-establish communications with the company. Until then, we're kind of stuck here. Who says we need to wait until then? I don't know. I don't think they'd like it if we just went ahead with the project before they even know what happened to us. Sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. That's how you end up in jail. What else are we supposed to do while we're here? If worse comes to worse, we can just destroy the results. Heck, if this works out, we are the only ones who have a portal into the past like this. It could be only the first of many incredible opportunities. Think about all the animals we could use, the raw materials and plants, even the atmosphere. I can already smell all the rare gases here that we could harvest. I think that's just the ventilation system being wonky. I haven't had the time to adjust it yet. You're only thinking about the company. What about us? Already thinking about mutiny. I think that would be a bad idea. I thought our salary already contained an internal loyalty and silence bonus. That's the thing with greed. People always crave more, regardless of how much they already have. All this discussion is pointless. I'm the team lead and decide we do this. As long as you take responsibility if there are any troubles. I know what the company wants, and I say this will make them more than just happy. In a few years you will thank me for it, trust me, if you say so. If we were going to make bioweapons, what animals would we have based them on if we didn't end up here? And the great thing is we don't have to choose. We already have technology that does all the work for us. We just need to provide the samples, and based on our criteria, we get a customized genome that fits our purpose as best as possible. And you want to give them human intelligence. Why wouldn't we give them as much intelligence as we can? If they can think too advanced, too abstract, don't you think they might start to have independent thoughts? How are you going to control them? That's what Miss Thomas and Mr. Bordelon are here for. With the right training, it shouldn't be an issue. Besides, you know that most human soldiers are obedient, right? I suppose so. How do we know this is going to work with dinosaur DNA as well? We'll find out soon enough. Should we? That's not a question we asked at this company. You should know that by now. Have you never seen Jurassic Park? If you want to see Jurassic Park, you only need to open that door. You will soon find that all your concerns are unfounded, and I'll show you why. But first, let me talk about abilities. Now that we have a whole new world of potential samples, we should be able to find even better alternatives to what we have been planning. What abilities would those be? Flight, armor, fire, to name a few. All at once? That sounds an awful lot like dragons. Dragons are scary, aren't they? This could even be a psychological component. To be fair, getting all of those into the same species would be complicated. Do you think you could do something nature couldn't? That's why we're here. What animal is the fire ability based on? The bombardier beetle. We're going to make the mechanism safer and easier to control though. Alright, so we're going to combine animal strength with higher cognitive abilities, but how are you going to prevent others from stealing the genome? Backyard breeders could be a problem. A very good question. There are a number of safeguards we are going to introduce to prevent any unauthorized copying of our product. Firstly, there's the genome itself. Raising these creatures from infancy to a point where they become usable for their purpose will take some time. I don't feel like we need to hear the actual fucking conversation behind it. We're not learning anything we didn't learn when she told us the first fucking time about all this. Since we are going to do this ourselves, we have a unique blend of hormones to make them reach the stage fairly quickly. Making them grow up naturally is something that will take so much time and resources as to become unviable by anyone who would want to go that route. With us, they can be combat ready in months instead of years. Secondly, all creatures will be equipped with a brain implant. Not only will this give them a variety of advantages, but it's another safeguard against copying as well. Without the chip, they will either become uncontrollable or die. So even if the genome is stolen, that won't be worth anything without the chip. That's genius, I know. Couldn't someone just hack or reverse engineer the chip and manufacture it themselves? I doubt it. They're intended to be sold in low technology areas. Even if it can reverse engineer the chip, they don't have the facilities to mass manufacture them. Otherwise, they'd just be using combat robots like everyone else. You want to modify the behavior with technology. Being dependent on a chip sounds dangerous. What if it fails? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Lastly, there's the training. Training any living being, no matter if human or not, takes time and money. Not only do we have an automated training program, but we can also use the implant to accelerate this process. What about direct transference of knowledge into the creature's brains via the implant? That technology is still in its infancy. If we want to get this product out and into the market as soon as possible, we'll need a solution that works right now. Fair enough? It will give this user full control as well. The creatures will be able to learn from experience, but undesirable memories can be wiped easily. Sounds like you have it all figured out already. The company has been working on this project for a long time, and now it's up to us to make it reach its natural conclusion. And what would that be? Our product is the creature, the chip, and the training, all in one complete package. Take away just one of these three components, and the product won't work as intended. We deliver them ready to be used in combat from the moment they arrive at the customer's doorstep. I still think we should wait before you rush into using animals that we hardly know anything about. Your opinion has been noted, Miss Optimo, but it won't carry much weight. Despite my objection, the experiments on Heinz Foreman went full steam ahead. Using the genetic material of many prehistoric reptiles, a variety of species were designed. We started a test with the one that enjoyed the most combat-related improvements, measuring the viability and effects of our safeguards. Soon the first proto-dragons were born. One was to be raised as naturally as possible. Another was going to receive the hormones for accelerated growth, while the third one was to be trained via the automated learning program. The last one was to receive all of the safeguards at once. They were all identical clones. Caring for them was a task that ultimately fell on all of us, in addition to our usual duties. For now, the artificial domestication process on the genome made sure that they would be controllable and obedient, even without the implant or training. We were already being recognized as packmates and parents by them. While I knew about their added intelligence, I soon had to realize just how far they had gone. It was when the first of them started talking. At that moment I knew that they would never be free, never be happy. They would only ever live a life of servitude or be used as weapons. They were given sapience, only to face a future of enslavement. I knew that the company would expertly maneuver around the legal system to make it possible. As I had worked my way up the ranks within the company, I had become increasingly disillusioned by the many despicable acts and projects I witnessed, but now I was at the breaking point, ready to blow the whistle on everything I knew about them. While the experiments continued, they relied on me to repair the portal and return to our time, and I could only buy so much time while I figured out how to proceed. I knew that as soon as the contact was re-established, I wouldn't be able to stop the project anymore. It was then that I realized I had to do something. They've been standing in the same room all those years. You'd think they wouldn't need to send someone to take care of this anymore. It should all be automated by now. True, we have a robot that can perform any kind of surgery, so they don't need to send a doctor anymore. Why not have a robot that can take care of other robots? Because I'd be the one to create that robot, and if I did, I'd be out of a job. By the way, I think the heater in my room is broken. Would you mind taking a look at it later? I could think of a few ways to turn up the heat. A tempting offer that I unfortunately will have to decline, Mr. Baudelaire. I hate these early meetings. Anyone else want a cup of coffee? Miss Ultimo, perhaps? You know I don't drink coffee. 3 cups then, just as usual. I don't know why they even gave us 4. Here you go. Why even coffee? It's not as if we couldn't just take a pill to get the same effect. Ah, but then you wouldn't get this lovely taste, Miss Thomas. Can we just get this over with? Of course, of course. He wants to present the results first. No one. Alright, I suppose it will have to be me again. You know what? You should all be glad that everything is recorded and transcribed automatically now. In my days, we actually had to write these reports ourselves. Hell to our machine overlords. Can we just get this over with? Of course, Mr. Borderlin, we... Suddenly, Heinz started coughing. When his fit didn't stop after a few seconds, all of us stood up and Francois went over to him. Heinz keeled over, his eyes opening widely into an unfocused stare. He stopped moving before a bit of foam started appearing at his mouth. He needs his injector. There should be one in the drawer over there. Quickly, I went to the drawer, grabbed something and ran up to Sybil. That's not it, you stupid... Before she could finish her sentence, I drove the scalpel into her neck. She collapsed immediately as blood gushed out of the wound, staining the floor red. She screamed, and Francois turned around to see me still holding the scalpel while the bleeding Sybil lay on the ground next to me. I attempted to stab him, but he grabbed my arm and wrestled the scalpel from me, which fell to the floor with an audible clang. He then wrapped his hands around my neck and started to choke me. I fell over backwards and he followed, his hands never leaving my neck in the process. He was now kneeling above me and I found myself becoming weaker by the second. I made peace with the idea that I was going to die. I didn't know what would happen afterwards, to the dragons, to Earth, to everyone, but at least I could say that I tried. When I came to, it was from feeling something dripping into my face before Francois was dragged away from me. Slowly, my vision returned. I looked up to see one of the dragons approach me before it started to lick my face with its blood-stained muzzle. That a pretty dragon. Pretty dragon. The other design species were made, and after making some adjustments to the learning program, it taught them what I wanted them to know. I founded the first village, and they grew up quickly, knowing only me as their leader. By the time I left, they didn't even need me anymore. They'd become completely self-sufficient. So in the end, you gave them even more than life. You gave them freedom. She sat on the ground, panting heavily. There should be a shovel over there. Take it and dig. I did as she asked and began digging a hole in the area she indicated. I wondered what would await me when the shovel hit something hard, and I dug around it, another thing of vaguely round shape. More shapes followed, and as I continued, I eventually realized that I was looking at a body. I lifted it out of the shallow grave before turning it over. It was me. Why? How? You have to understand, there was no other way. Each time you travelled back in time, I had to kill you. Having multiple instances of you would have been troublesome. We only needed one of you, one to go through the same scenario over and over again, so we could learn what to do differently. So this is your graveyard then, full of other instances of me. Not just you, there are also others, and myself. Others? Yes, in some timelines they sent someone else instead of you. She was not a nice person. Why did they send someone else? They told me I was the best candidate, as I was going to offer my own PDA for the trade. Because in those timelines you died before you ever had a chance to arrive here, murdered for that very PDA you gave to the dragons. How many are there? How many did you bury? How many times have we done this now? I lost track a long time ago. How I wish I could forget it all. You only did what you had to. Hey Anna, do you remember anything about the first time you came here? Let me think. You mean when I confronted Reza alone with that explosion I made from a generator? Then you don't. You only remember the newer timelines. I think it's better this way. I've killed you so many times, and sometimes you did the same to me, or rather, a different me. You don't know what it was like when I still had to try and figure everything out. You only remember timelines I've sufficiently tampered with. What are you trying to tell me? The first few times I was just watching you. I could see your intentions were pure, and you were filled with determination, but without my help you always failed. Everything that happened, from all the murders to the conclusion in the lab, it was all necessary to arrive here. I also needed to show you what kind of person Reza was. You wouldn't have believed me otherwise. Could I have stopped him early and saved those he killed? I don't know. If I died before I could reveal myself to you, circumstances could have been unfixable. How many times do you think we tried before we had even the remote possibility to succeed? I know what you did. I've done it too, remember? If you didn't step up to the position back then, we probably still would have to figure out a few things. Sometimes I didn't quite know myself, why I had to do the things you told me to. If we didn't lure Maverick to the portal during my first day, the confrontation that sets up this whole chain of events wouldn't even happen. Your meeting with Reza had to be interrupted, otherwise he would have told you about his plan that night, and from the ensuing talk, there would have only been two options. Either you would have joined him to save humanity while leaving this world to die, or you would have opposed him, in which case he did not hesitate to shoot you then and there. We had to do a lot of things to make this happen, didn't we? All those other timelines just to succeed in this one. The others might have failed, but we still learned something from every little mistake we made. That's how we could arrive here. What will you do now with the generator gone? We won't be able to stop the comet. Maybe we don't need to. What are you talking about? Back home there are plenty of empty buildings. If the dragons took the generators and technology with them, we could revive all the infrastructure, the hospitals, schools, everything. They could make humanity an offer they won't be able to refuse. You want to relocate them. Do you even have any idea how many dragons live here? Sure, there are many that may have never settled on another continent, but we're still talking about millions here. Even if they won't accept them, they will have safe passage to set up a new city. I don't think it will come to that, though. We have plenty of dead infrastructure and room to fill. It could be that very first city of its kind, with dragons and humans living together. Besides, if we can't stop the comet, this is about as good as it's going to get. I know you won't settle for anything less. If this is the only way, then I won't object to this outcome. The thought of humans and dragons living together is one that I think bears a lot of potential. Maybe from the ashes of both civilizations, something new and greater can be created. You don't realise the weight that's been on my shoulders from all the things I had to do to make this work. Now that we are here, I don't think I could continue this existence with these memories in my mind. Now that we have saved them, I can finally rest. Maybe I have to apologise. You're right to want to save humanity too, when both me and Reza only cared for one civilization. You never settled for one, you wanted to save everyone. I guess I was so blinded by wanting to preserve my creation that I refused to see anything else. I'm glad you saw this through to the end. You never stopped believing. If it wasn't for you, I could have never done this. And now it's on you to make it work. A city of dragons and humans. I'll try to do my best. I believe in you. Then I can die happily, knowing that they will be safe and can look to a brighter future. No, you can't just die now. How am I supposed to do this without you? Don't be sad for me. I wouldn't have it any other way. Another dead person. Added to the graveyard. She's back to being blonde. Besides, I'm sure you do a fine job. How can you be sure I will? Because if you don't, I will hold you responsible for what happens to them, through time and space if necessary. How can you make jokes at a time like this? You have only seen what I had to do, not what I wanted to. If we met in a different time, a different place, things could have been very different. I have killed you so many times and put you through so much anguish to make this happen. I only long for your forgiveness and understanding that you can look at what we have achieved now and tell me that it was worth it. Yeah, so you had to get all the good endings. You don't have to get all the bad endings, you just have to get all the good endings to get the true ending. And the true ending is basically telling you how she killed you every time you went back in time. It was. Thank you. Fucking die. She closed her eyes as a single tear ran down her face. I moved to wipe it from her and could already feel the warmth draining from Izumi's body. She was dead. After being told of the comet and realizing that any of their attempts to stop or redirect it would fail without the lab's generator, the Dragon's Council agreed with my course of action, as did humanity. While the repopulation of our city turned out very differently than humanity had initially hoped, all concerns were naught against the possibility of the vast amounts of technology and generators that dragons would bring to revive it. Soon, the initiative to relocate the dragons through the portal was in full force, and I, still acting as an ambassador, helped as much as I could to make it go as smoothly as possible. After a few weeks, we had done it, and as the last of the dragons from even the furthest regions had arrived at the other side, the time for me had come to walk through the portal for the very last time. I looked back to their village and saw all the abandoned buildings, doomed to be destroyed when the comet would hit soon. As I walked up to the platform and waited for the portal to do its starting routine, I thought about what would happen now and what would come of this collaboration between humans and dragons. I was sure that there was a lot of work to be done, especially if I considered the state of the rest of the world, but maybe our city could be a bastion of Earth. Not as the last one remaining, but rather as the first of its kind, and from it maybe we'd be able to grow and spread our influence. Maybe, together, we can rebuild. Rebuild! We did it. We saved everyone. We are the heroes. There is also a bad one where you can be a dick to them all, and I believe just save humanity. We saved everyone. They're all alive. Don't be a dragon's tongue dick. Oh, the Dargons. It also happens to be another game that we've completed pretty much. We're basically pro gamers now, guys. Boop, 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 boop. Nice. Thank you for playing. Hell yeah. Oh, does that mean that's it? That's all there is to see? Well, who knows? Either way, it may be a good idea to keep your save file. You know, just to be sure. Maybe it'll come handy in the future. Right. That's it for the day. So, I has to go. Tomorrow, we might stream tomorrow. It depends. I watched Armchair Admirals on a Monday, so it depends on what time they finish. I might start stream at 8, which is when they usually finish, or we just won't stream tomorrow. from my next stream, we'll be playing a game that I'm sure all of you will be much more happy to see, which is Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, as long as I can get it working again. He's not called Lucy, Sean. He's called Luke. Stop calling him Lucy. But yeah, so we'll be playing Tingle. And I've got the next week sorted out as well. Hopefully we'll finish Tingle next week. Else we'll be continuing with Tingle into the week after. But I'm on holiday next week, so I'm going to have, like, lots of time to do lots of streams. Long streams as well. So as long as, like, mentally I'm fine, we'll be doing that a lot next week. It is long, but it was 7 days, Sean. Well, 6 days if tomorrow doesn't go well. Oh, well, if it doesn't go well for you guys, because you won't get a stream, it'll go well for me if I'm not streaming. Alright, let's see. Another speedrunner. Well, to be fair, I also kind of know what's happening. Because I've seen Jeff's VOD so much, I kind of remembered bits and pieces. I'm also possibly just a little bit better than him at point and clicks, because he really didn't get what point and clicks were meant to be. Like, he struggled very much with point and clicks. So, I have a feeling we'll go a little bit better. Plus, you know, the big thing about that game is gone for me, because I've seen it played. So I probably will have a guide up with, like, help for the dating part of the game later on. Because there's no point in struggling through it. You know, Sean's seen him play it, I've seen him play it. You guys will see me play it, but I'm not going to be surprised. I'm just going to be here like, oh yeah, I remember Jeff doing this. So, you know, I'll have a guide as well up. Who are we going to raid? Where are we going? Who is on? So yeah, if I don't see you tomorrow, I will definitely see you on Tuesday. And I'll be around Discord because I'm not working. So, you know, I'll be around Discord and hanging about and doing stuff. But yeah, go give Little Nemo some love. They're playing Binding of Isaac, which is one of my favourite games. I love Binding of Isaac. And I will see you in the next 2 days. Bye!